Honorable.
Honorable members.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning, Chair, and how are you?
I'm good, thank you, Ndlasha, and you?
Is everyone connected, Neliswa?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. Yes, Chair, they have connected. Thank you.
Neliswa?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. How many portfolio committees have we invited?
It's 2 committees, Chair. It's a portfolio committee on social development, and the other one is a portfolio committee on health, Chair. That is for the meeting when we receive presentation from the Department of Social Development and Department of Health, Chair. Thank you.
Is our minister in already?
No, Chair, I have received an apology from the minister. She is out of the country attending the CSW session in New York from the 13th up until the 20th, Chair.
So who is representing the department?
It will be DDG Shoki Shabalala and Ms. Nondumiso Ngoluka. Also, the DG has attended the cabinet committee. She's presenting in the cabinet meeting today, Chair. And also the Minister of Health, both the Minister of Health and the Deputy Minister of Health will also be attending the cabinet committee meeting today. But the Deputy Minister of Health will join the meeting after as soon as he's available to come in, Chair. Those are the apologies. And the 2 apologies from honorable members. One is from Honorable Hlengwa, who's attending a doctor's appointment at 11, and the other one is Honorable Ntlangwini. She's got a class that she's attending today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me welcome all honorable members who are present. Welcome, Chairperson.
Recording in progress.
If the Chairperson of Health is also here, you are welcome, Chairperson, and I declare the meeting officially open without any waste of time. Good morning, honorable members. I think we have received the few apologies that Unelisa was just presenting right now. And I see the hand of Honorable Mpiti and Honorable Linton. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good morning to honorable members, our team at Parliament that is assisting us, our researchers, as well as people from PMG, as well as any additional people that are joining us today. Chairperson, I really want to say I'm very disappointed that the minister is not part of this meeting. The issues that are being discussed today are so vitally important, and the fact that we don't have anybody from the executive, particularly from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, is very unacceptable, Chairperson. I think the petition that we are about to discuss today is a very important petition that is affecting so many women across this country. And I think really to not even have one executive member from the Department of Women and Youth and Persons with Disabilities is really an indictment on the work that we are trying to do as a committee but it also is a slap in the face for, you know, the Uyinene Foundation, which is here with us today, that they are not even going to be able to really address the key issues that they've raised in this particular petition with a clear executive authority as being part of this meeting. I really just want to say that it's unacceptable, Chairperson.
Noted. Your concern is noted, Honorable Mpiti. Linton?
Chairperson, good morning, and good morning to members of the committee. My name is Linton Mkunu. I'm the Acting Director General of the Department of Social Development. I wanted to just advise Honorable Chairperson on two matters. One, the Honorable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is currently out of town, and the Minister of Social Development, Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu, is acting for the Honorable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The challenge, though, that we have, Honorable Chairperson, is that Minister Zulu is currently in the SPCHD Cabinet Committee meeting, where she's presenting 3 cabinet members, 2 on behalf of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and 1 on behalf of the Department of Social Development. So I'm rendering her apology in that regard on the basis that she's in a cabinet committee meeting, but will join this meeting as soon as she's done with that cabinet committee meeting. Secondly, Honorable Chairperson, I must just indicate that the Deputy Minister of Social Development is currently hospitalized and is unable to join the meeting. And I would like to render an apology on her behalf in that regard as well. I also just want to add, Honorable Chair, that the Minister Zulu, takes these matters quite seriously and will be joining the meeting as soon as she's concluded in the cabinet meeting. But we will be listening in as the Department of Social Development. I'm joined by members of the senior management in the meeting, even to the item ahead of our item that we will be presenting, because of course we have an interest in that item as well, and will relay the messages accordingly to her. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Linton, for that information, because we didn't receive that from the department officially, that your minister is an acting minister or on behalf of our minister. But thank you very much for that information. Any apology, Chairperson of Social Development? Honorable Mvana, do you have any apology from your members?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. Chairperson, from my side, from the side of the honorable members, I don't have any apology from them, except that one of the minister. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson for Social Development. The Chairperson for Health.
Chairperson, sorry, it's Honorable Wilson from the Portfolio of Health. Unfortunately, Dr. Jacobs, who is our committee member, can only join at 11:30, but I am on the line at present. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson. Thank you very much. We can now proceed with our meeting if there's no other apology. I want to also welcome our guests, and I think the media people are being dealt with or handled by our communications unit. I think Yoli is here. So any media person who wants to get the link must communicate with Yoliswa Landu. She's the one who's responsible for that, for media houses. So let's get the agenda, Neliswa.
Thank you, Chair. The agenda for now we'll be receiving a presentation from Honorable Sharif and also from Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation on the petition submitted by Honorable Sharif to Parliament, to the Speaker to the Office of the Speaker, on the petition from Post Office to Parliament Task Team, and the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation calling on the Assembly to establish the National Council on Gender Based Violence and Femicide, Chair. and then thereafter we'll receive the responses on the petition from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nelly. And today, honorable members, we are going to discuss a petition that was submitted by one of our member of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Honorable Nazli Sharif. Sharif, I did get that message that you will make your presentation, and then the Uyinene Foundation will also make a presentation. So we take it that you were submitting on their behalf. Thank you very much. As per our agreement last year, before we went for recess, we have agreed as the Portfolio Committee that will allow Honorable Sharif to make that presentation to the Portfolio Committee this year. And that's why we have prioritized that petition. But also, as the Portfolio Committee on Women and Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we are the ones who are championing the issues of gender-based violence on behalf of Parliament. So I'll now hand over to you, Honorable Sharif. But firstly, can I check if DDD Shoki is present in this meeting?
Good morning, Chairperson. I concur with the comments of the head of the Department for Social Development, and I am present, and I will take responsibility to take you through the progress to date and to respond to some of the issues arising from the petition with my colleagues that are supporting me today. I may not be in a position to open my camera for a long time. I'm not in a good space. I'm not in the office. I am in Port Elizabeth for another function where I have been requested to attend as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG Shoki. Over to you, Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. First, let me thank you for prioritizing this petition. Every single time we have an issue with GBVF, Chair, I must admit that you are on it and you prioritize it. So thank you for that, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and guests joining our meeting today. First, I think it's important to give our condolences to the Uyinene Foundation and every single person who has lost a loved one through gender-based violence and femicide in this country. Losing a daughter, a sister, a mother, an aunt, or a friend is the hardest pain we will ever feel, especially when their lives have been stolen. We feel the pain for the rest of our lives. May Uyinene's soul rest in peace. Chairperson, I was approached by Ms. Emily O'Ryan in June 2021 to assist the Post Office to Parliament Task Team, which is an organizing body of the UMF in 2021 in handling their Post Office to Parliament petition. The process of petitions in Parliament, as honorable members are aware, could take one of two paths. The first process is for organizations or those who are submitting the petition to go directly to Parliament. This happens through the Speaker's office or the relevant committee chairperson and then facilitating a handover. The only limitation to this option is that the relevant receiver does not have to commit to putting a report together and then submitting it to Parliament. The second process in which the UMF Post Office to Parliament Task Team had opted to pursue involves getting the petition sponsored by a member of Parliament. This option involves a handover and then the member submits it on their behalf to the relevant committee. The P2P, the Post Office to Parliament petition, was addressed to Minister Mahite Mashabane and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. In fact, the Minister was present during the handover to receive the petition. As we are all aware, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is responsible for the overall implementation, monitoring and evaluation of the National Strategic Plan, where the National Council on Gender Based Violence and Femicide is outlined as per the 2019 Summit Declaration. So it's been 3 years since the Summit Declaration took place and the President signed that declaration. The department, under Program 2 of its annual performance plan, has the establishment of the National Council on GBVF as a target, and it is yet to be met or even partially met. As a member of this portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disability, where the department reports to, it made sense to join this movement and provide my assistance as much as possible, and then bring this petition to this committee to generate a report with recommendations to be tabled in the House. Chairperson, as we have said many times before in this portfolio committee, the slow implementation and the establishment of the National Council on GBVF has seen too many limitations, from attempting to form a trust, which we rejected as the portfolio committee, to doing a private members bill, and now a piece of legislation in the form of the National Council on GBVF bill. So it is no surprise, honorable members, that civil society agree with us as the portfolio committee that this needs to be prioritized and implemented as soon as possible. Chairperson, with your permission, before I hand over to the Post Office to Parliament task team, I would like to propose the following recommendations. Excuse me. Number one, that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities fast-track the establishment of the National Council on GBVF. Number two, that the department report to this committee on the progress of the establishment of the National Council on GBVF, and this must include the feedback received from NEDLAC, feedback from their public participation, and a timeline on when it will be tabled in Parliament. Number three, that the department report to this committee on the role of the GBVF Secretariat in the establishment of the National Council on GBVF. As we know, they've been working for quite some time, and a report should come to this portfolio committee, as we are still the oversight mechanism. Number four, that the portfolio committee visit the Uyinene Foundation in the Eastern Cape. And lastly, that the portfolio committee visit the Post Office to Parliament task team in Cape Town as they conduct research on the postcards collected. Chairperson, allow me to hand over to Ms. Emily O'Ryan, who is leading the delegation here today, to take us through the work they have done and continue to do. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. Over to you, Ms. Emily.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you, Honorable Sharif, not just for your introduction, but for your partnership since last year between yourself as a civil servant and ourselves as civil society. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, staff of various portfolio committees and departments. My dear colleagues in service, some of our team is here, and the public watching. We are meeting today as is procedure of the portfolio committee when a petition is received. And I believe this is the first petition of the portfolio committee. So it is good to see evidence of democracy in action. But honorable members and departments, there is nothing procedural or standard about what we will discuss today. In fact, you will find that what we are about to discuss is unprecedented, extremely painful and personal. And it's at this point that I should provide a trigger warning to those listening to what we're about to discuss. We will be discussing personal experiences of gender-based violence that some might find triggering of their own experience. So the content today is not standard and it is not procedural. And all of us in this meeting have attended many meetings before, and we will attend many meetings after today. But I trust that what we hear today and discuss will sit with us deeply as individuals on a human level, long after the procedural politics aspect is done. In fact, I think one belief that we can agree on is that the matter of...
Your other meetings are different from our meetings. I'm saying your other meetings, if they were not productive, will be different from our meeting in this portfolio committee.
That is noted, Chair. In fact, I think one belief we can agree on is that the matter of gender-based violence and femicide is one where party politics can be put to the side, and that human life is human life irrespective of your political party, and I'm sure we can agree on that. In fact, that's how our petition today came about, not for a quest of political power, but from from personal experience. In my case, it was the experience of leaving home to study as a young girl, moving in with a flatmate whose boyfriend would drive to our apartment at 3 o'clock in the morning to beat her. The experience of realizing this only months later because she would cover her bruises with her clothes. It comes from personal experience of moving into a student residence and having a conversation with friends about matches on Tinder, which turns into a conversation about having experienced rape at knife point days later. It comes from the personal experience of sitting in the hairdresser with a fellow student to happen to see her face in a newspaper a week later, and she was hijacked, raped, and killed. I believe that thousands of South Africans have shared a similar experience like this. And so by the time Uyinene, the vibrant and vocal Uyinene, was so wrongly taken at the Clarence post office, we were already hurting. Uyinene was an even deeper wound in our pain. And so Post Office to Parliament was started as a way to speak and to cope by writing on a postcard, as inspired by the women of 1956 and Uyinene herself. This was especially at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I think many of us will remember that we were left, especially young people, isolated with our thoughts. P2P was the recognition that we did not have the answer for solving gender-based violence, but we could come together to speak about our pain. But now we do have answers. One of them is the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, as presented in our petition. But the other answer is in partnerships that restore humanity, like the one that we found with the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation, who Masimbulele Buso and Samkelo Mngadi are here today to represent the UMF and to speak briefly on the foundation. Chairperson, with your permission, I will hand over to Masi and Sam.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Orion, to the chair, members of parliament, the portfolio committee members, the civil organizations that are here today, and all protocol observed. Good morning. Mine is short today. I was given the task to talk on behalf of the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation. As introduced, my name is Masimbulele Buso. I am the managing director of the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation. Today, I represent the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation and many other organizations that are in the space of gender-based violence. I also represent the survivors of gender-based violence and also those who fell victim of such scourge. As the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation, we are honored to be part of hopefully a start to something that will change lives of many women and children in South Africa. As a foundation, this plight for change not only is our civic duty and responsibility, but also a personal matter to us. As you all know or might have heard, in 2019, as mentioned, we lost a beautiful and bright woman in the name of Uyinene, in whose legacy and story and name our foundation was built. It was in this year that the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, made several promises, not only to the family of Uyinene Mrwetyana, but also to the rest of South Africa. This, one of these promises was to establish a National Council of Gender-Based Violence. This would aid in fighting the scourge of gender-based violence and supporting the survivors and families of the ones that are affected by the scourge. It would also emphasize the importance of civil society being part of the decision-making of this country in matters that affect all of us. It is important that civil society forms part of these processes because it not only empowers us, but we feel like we are part of change and we do assist in the driving of this change. Our duty as a civil organization not only lies in keeping the government accountable for the promises that were made including the council, but also there's a list of promises that were made in 2019 that are outlined clearly on the petition that will be discussed by my colleagues after. Our duty is not only to hold the government accountable, but it is also availing ourselves and our expertise, our life experiences, our collective trauma to hopefully drive the change we want to see in society. The pandemic has not only reminded us how far we can go as a country when we work together towards a common goal, but also we have seen the resilience of the country and the power and the fire that its people have. And so my petition or my message today is to maybe request and to emphasize that the scourge of gender-based violence requires a similar rigorous approach. It is important that we all come together and work together to make sure that the scourge does not affect yet another woman and child in this country. We believe very much in collaborative intelligence as we acknowledge that government cannot do this alone. We as civic society cannot do this alone. It is true that our strength as a country lies in our unity. Therefore, we ask that the government partners with us, with all organizations in the space of gender-based violence, to fulfill our duty as civil society and also as civil servants. It is time for action, and we are ready to be used. We are ready to form part of this action. And yeah, I would like to hand over now to Sarah, who will be talking more on the petition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mercy. Thank you. Good day, everyone. Honorable members, Chair. Good day, Honorable Sharif as well. Thank you very much for your support in this process. My name is Sarah. I will be reading from the petition as I'm the petition drafter. And I'll begin. A National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide has not yet been established to implement the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide as committed since at least 2019. We, the Post Office to Parliament Task Team, in collaboration with the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation, are requesting that the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services urgently intervene. We request these portfolio committees ensure that the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is established in line with the plan. Furthermore, we request that the portfolio committees on Justice and Correctional Services, the Portfolio Committee on Police, the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, and the Portfolio Committee on Social Development ensure the involvement of their respective executive bodies as per the National Strategic Plan. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Emily now for a summary of the petition and its main points. So good day, honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Honourable Sharif, are they done?
No, Chair. Emily is just going to go through some of the postcards and some of the process, just so that we have a feeling of some of the experiences that they've collected during the process, Chair. So I'll just hand back over to Emily, if that's okay.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Honorable Sharif and Chairperson. I am aware of the time, so I will move quite quickly and I will not endeavour to read what I believe members do have in front of them. I would just quickly highlight key aspects of the petition. You will recognise the text from the beginning of the handover document because it comes from the women of 1956 who marched to the Union buildings for their freedom. What we did is we simply replaced the word pass laws with gender-based violence because we believe that both pass laws and gender-based violence are threats to us being able to be free, to feel free to move from one place to another. The petition then goes on, and Sarah read the first paragraph. Essentially, it sets out the context from 2018 as described, where there was an interim steering committee that would effect the National Strategic Plan. As part of this, they would establish the National Council on Gender Based Violence. However, they failed by March 2020. At that point, the department was then going to establish, or they did establish, a board of trustees. However, a lot of concern was raised because the board of trustees did not, in its sort of terms of reference, speak to the two core criteria of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence as described in the NSP. Sorry, there's a lot of lingo and I'm trying to stick with it. Those two core criteria, as we know, is that 51% of the National Council were to be from civil society organizations, and that there would be a legislative framework to hold them accountable. So particularly concerned about this, we were concerned that this was circumventing accountability, besides the fact that there was very stagnant progress in establishing the National Council. And so we called then upon Section 55(2) and Section 92 of the Constitution and Rule 227 and subsection 1B of the National Assembly rules to place an obligation on the National Assembly to maintain oversight over the exercise of executive powers. Our requests are all detailed at the bottom of the petition, but amongst others, they include requesting that the Portfolio Committee, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, use all measures available to hold the executive accountable and to ensure the establishment of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and that it's constructed in the model envisioned in the NSP, and that the necessary funds are made available for this, that progress is publicly available through published reports. We also then include, and you will note the multi-sector, the multi-portfolio committee approach that we took. We included police, we included public administration, we included some others, but we also requested that the police capacitate DNA and forensic services, and that also finally that the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Disabilities and the department, they conduct a feasibility study on converting the Clarence Post Office into a wellness center, much like a Tutuzela Care Center, especially since the post office is next to the police station. Bearing in mind time, I will very quickly show you the addendum to the petition. I just want to confirm that everyone can see the posters, that the postcards that are shown.
Yes, Emily, we can see.
Okay, that's stunning. And so I will not show all of the postcards. As I mentioned, there is a trigger warning that some of the postcards are more descriptive, but I will show you some of the beginning of the postcards that were collected from young children through our partnership with the foundation. These are some of the drawings that were submitted to us. What was quite touching, and Alicia Marcus is on the line, who is the Speaker of the Children's Parliament. He took a lot of postcards to schools, and some of the schools, or one primary school in particular, adopted the postcards for their life orientation curriculum and used it as their term assessment. That was feedback from younger participants. Then we received postcards from older people. In total, we received about 12,000 postcards from across the country, but mainly Cape Town, Western Cape, Gauteng, and the Eastern Cape. And in summary, this sort of gives you a sense of what they look like. I do believe that it has been circulated with members. And just to give you a sense of what the postcards look like at the back. Okay, and because it's important, I will now take 1 minute to whiz through actually the day that we handed over the petition. It's one document, but it took at least 4, 5, 6 months for us to bring it together, just so that you understand that it does represent many, many voices. I actually forgot to show you the logos at the bottom of the petition, but I'm sure you can access that yourselves. Essentially, this is how we started. These were our targets, and this is our team as detailed with the UMF and our task team. We drew inspiration from 1956, as mentioned, as well as Uyinene herself, and that helped us draft our letter. We then drafted the petition and handed it over. The minister was there herself. We printed at least 30,000 postcards and received back about 12,000. We distributed it to schools, feeding schemes, organizations, and workshops. Here you'll see some pictures of the postcards in action. we detail the key components of this project, what it was like for the week of the 24th to the 28th of August. And here I must really recognize the Mrwetyana family and the foundation for the emotional labor that it took for this project. It was their first time returning to the post office, and they did so and walked with us to Parliament, to the Minister. This was the preparation for the day, and more of what it looked like. And with that, I thank you. And I will just conclude by saying that I did say that many of us are trying to cope in pain. And in the meantime, we can make things possible through partnerships like what we found between Post Office Department and the UMF, but also between, myself as a our team as a civil society, and Nazli as a civil servant. So we've got the partnerships and we have the answer, and it is possible through those partnerships. And now we just need to get it done. Thank you so much, Nazli and Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Emily. Chair, just to conclude, that is the petition in its entirety. I imagine it was very difficult for Uyinene's family. And I remember being at that protest, and I still get very emotional, Chair, when it comes to matters of GBVF. It's no longer things that we talk about. We really must do more to keep women safe. And I leave it with that, Chair. Thank you for hearing us, and thank you for scheduling this petition. And I hereby table this petition to the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities with recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif, and the Uyinene Foundation, Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation task team for the presentation that you have made today to our portfolio committee. And we are looking forward to see more things that you are going to do on behalf of women of South Africa. I'm sure you are not going to focus on one incident, but you are going to open your foundation to look at these issues of GBV broadly, representing every communities, even in the rural areas where our women, they don't get joy. Sometimes you focus mostly in the urban areas. You don't focus in the rural areas. So I'm sure your okay, Honorable Sharif, you are going to do, you are going to service all those communities. And in fact, you didn't waste your time. We appreciate your request, and we'll now hand over to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to respond to some of the issues that we have raised. I take it that Nelly Swa, the chair of social development, have received all these documents, and their members, and also the portfolio committee on health. I take it that you have also sent these documents to them. Can I get that confirmation, Nelly?
No, Chair, I haven't sent the petition to them, Chair. I only sent the presentations from the department.
No, can you send it to them?
I'll do that. I'll do it now, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, but also send it to the ministers, ne? Send
yes,
that
Chair. I'll do
also to the ministers.
We'll do that.
Yeah. Over to you, Didi Shoki.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, including members of the Uyinene Foundation, but also members of civil society present today, the Director General from the Department of Social Development, and government officials who joined us today. We would like to also express the same sentiments with civil society members on saying our sincere condolences not only to Uyinene Foundation, but also to all the victims of gender-based violence and femicide as a department. Chairperson, we have noted the contents of the petition. I nearly said the declaration, my apologies. Chair, we've also noted the years that have been cited by some of our colleagues in our midst today. And as opening remarks before I talk to the presentation, Chair, I would like to indicate that indeed the declaration was signed in 2019, but there was specific request to form a structure and for the structure to develop the strategy. And in most cases, organizational processes, normally, Chairperson, dictates that strategy informs structure. And in correcting the process, we had to start by crafting the National Strategic Plan first, which plan was then going to assist us as a strategy to inform the structure. May I also indicate that Cabinet approved the NSP on the 11th of March, 2020. And that NSP was actually launched on the 30th of April, 2020. And arising from Cabinet, in terms of discussions at that point, the guidance was that the Council or the institutional mechanism in the form of the Council should actually be established following the guidance of the SANAC model. And when we further consulted with SANAC, we then established that their institutional mechanisms are established in the form of a trust. It is for that reason that we then, as a department, embarked on a process of setting up a trust following the discussions and guidance by Cabinet. I will then explain as to how the process unfolded and what happened at that point and where we are at this point in time as a department. Suffice to say, Article 4, Section D says this structure should be governed by a statutory framework to ensure its effective functioning. And therefore we needed to have a bill so that the bill should then inform the governance of the structure itself. I will then take you through the presentation. Let me take the first slide. In terms of the first slide, Bongi, if you can put it on slide mode if it's possible. Thank you. The purpose of this presentation is to clarify the establishment of Board of Trustees and provide an update on the development of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill. The Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities intends to introduce the bill to Parliament in the current financial year. Next slide. The bill provides for the establishment of the Council, the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which is a statutory body responsible for providing strategic leadership on elimination of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. As I indicated in my opening remarks, Article 4, Section D says it has to be governed by a statutory framework. The bill seeks to, inter alia or amongst other, legislate for a multi-sectoral and intersectoral approach to ensure effective implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and to provide for reporting mechanisms to facilitate the effective performance, monitoring, evaluation, and corrective action in the prevention of and response to gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. Next slide. The first call to establish the council was made at the Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide that took place during November 2018. At the end of the summit, a declaration was signed which calls for, inter alia, the development of a national strategic plan for gender-based violence and femicide, and the establishment of a national council on gender-based violence and femicide. Then on March 2020, the department tabled the GBV NSP and the council model structure to cabinet for consideration. It should be noted that in line with point 4, what we normally do, we do not go straight to cabinet. We are going through all the clusters of the cabinet, which are 4, in some instances, up to 5 of those clusters, the technical clusters first, then it goes to all the 4 or 5 clusters of the director generals, then it goes to the cabinet committees, which is your economic cluster, your social cluster, your governance, you name all those clusters that are there. And that on its own takes a while. And some of the clusters have a tendency of sending you back and will require some information or you to motivate or you to provide whatever data that it may be required. So it is not an assumption that once you take it through all these clusters, all of them, you will go through smoothly. Cabinet approved the National Strategic Plan and the establishment of a National Council on Gender-Based Violence, as well as formation of an interministerial committee on GBVF, mainly tasked with establishment of the council. The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, as approved by Cabinet on 11 March, is the founding document of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The department consulted with various stakeholders, including National Treasury, the Department of Public Service and Administration, and the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, to solicit guidance on the process of establishing the council. We are also noting that in the petition, we are requested to work quite close with these departments, and the decisions taken to date were actually informed by the guidance of both National Treasury and the Department of Public Service and Administration. The department began the process to set up an interim structure, board of trustees, in the absence of a national council, following the South African National AIDS Council model as per cabinet discussion. Next slide. The civil society organizations, upon consultation, refused the establishment of the board of trustees, whilst the department was almost halfway through the process. Chairperson, I'm going to request that maybe those that are through you that have their speakers on, if they could mute, they are distracting me, please, I'm pleading.
I'm sure they.
Yes, the civil society organizations made it clear that they require a statutory body, which is a National Council GBVF as prescribed in the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And after several meetings and deliberations that took place between the department and the above-mentioned stakeholders, consensus was reached that the department must actually develop legislation that seeks to establish the council in line with Article 4, Section D. Therefore, the Board of Trustees route was completely abandoned by the department, and we started a new process to establish this council. Next slide. On 30th September 2021, Cabinet granted the department approval to publish the bill in the Government Gazette to solicit public inputs and comments. So at that time, we started working on the bill itself. And by that period, 20 September 2021, we were granted permission to publish the bill on the Government Gazette. Subsequently, the bill was published in the Gazette on the 5th of October 2021 and also on the government website. In addition, a media statement was released on 7 October 2021 to inform the members of the public about the publication of the bill. And also, in addition, the department conducted public consultations in all the 9 provinces to ensure public participation. And furthermore, the bill was submitted to the National Economic Development and Labour Council for deliberation. We had their first 2 meetings with them where we had to take them through the bill, and the bill is still with NEDLAC for further deliberations. Upon incorporating the inputs that were received during the public consultations, the department submitted the bill to the Director General's cluster and to NEDLAC for deliberation. Subsequently, the department was invited to present the bill to the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security and Social Protection, Community and Human Development Director General clusters, and to the NEDLAC. This is also one of the clusters which is normally abbreviated as the JCPS, as I mentioned some of those clusters earlier on. The bill is scheduled for discussion at the Social Protection Cluster Cabinet Committee meeting on 15th March 2022. That is today, and this is where our acting minister is present, attending, leading discussions, leading the presentation of this bill at Cabinet Committee. And the purpose of the submission to the Cabinet is to request for Cabinet's approval to introduce the bill to Parliament. And we do believe that we will get the necessary support for the bill to proceed to the next level. I would like to pause there, Chairperson, and thank you for affording us the opportunity to take you through the processes to date, and we are available to further engage and explain where further explanations are required as a department as we embark on this process of getting the bill concluded and taken to Parliament. We really commit and reaffirm our commitment to walk this path with civil society organizations. We welcome the request for the civil society to be part of government in pulling together. We have indicated to some of the members that were part of the colleagues who are present today when they met the department on these issues, that we have established pillar collaboratives where government and civil society have regular engagements and looking or identifying at those areas that can be jointly implemented whilst we are working on the issue of the bill towards the establishment of the council. We would like to reiterate the call and say to our colleagues present today, your request is most welcome, and you are most welcome to join the pillar collaboratives. They are established in terms of all the 6 pillars, and I think you will add value, and jointly we can pull together in implementing the National Strategic Plan. We're looking forward to further engage with yourselves. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DDG Shoki. If I may ask the Uyinene Foundation if they were present in your public hearings.
Chairperson, when we invite, we extend invitations through the Office on the Status of Women per province, and we do share the databases that we have. The invitations are being issued out by them and not necessarily directly by ourselves. I wouldn't necessarily say they were or they were not, but we do ensure that through the media, everybody is invited, because the media release was issued to alert members of society, civil society, that we are now commencing with the consultations and we will be going to provinces, and we would like them to be part of those consultation sessions, Chairperson. If they have been left out, I don't think it was a deliberate omission. Thank you, Chair.
DDG Shoki, the reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to recall on when did you have the public hearings, and I don't remember now, but maybe the members of the portfolio committee, they do remember, but let me get hands from Honorable Sharif first.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, to answer your question, no, they were not invited. In fact, after we had our portfolio committee meeting where DDG Shoki told us that they're starting with their public participation, I had contacted DDG Shoki and they had sent me a Google document link that I had then shared with the UMF and the P2P task team, who then put some of their feedback on that Google document. I'm just not sure if that Google document was part of the public participation and if the department did take that information out. But Chair, as you know, I raised with you the problematic aspects of the public participation, that a lot of people felt excluded and they were not invited. But the Google Doc, I did share it with as many organizations as I could. I'm just hoping that DDG Shoki can give us an update on whether that feedback was taken into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Titi Dishoki, can you respond on what Honorable Sharif has said now?
Chairperson, in our midst, we have our colleague who was one of the drafters, but I do know that all the inputs that were made and sent to the emails or whatever information that was provided were taken into consideration and were incorporated into the bill. Thank you, Chairperson. But she's also present, Madam Nondumiso. She can also make those comments, Chairperson.
Nondumiso.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, members and colleagues. Chairperson, indeed, we conducted.
Camera yakho.
Oh.
Ngoba mhlawumbe usembhedeni nje.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson. I was confirming what the DDG has already said. We did conduct public consultations in all the 9 provinces, and the invitations were sent via the offices of the premiers, and also the inputs were also collected by the office of the premiers and submitted as one document to the department. We did, if I could just go through the list of the consultations that we had. We started in Gauteng, and the consultation was held in Diepsloot on 8 November 2021. We went to Northern Cape on the 10th of November, and we were in Kimberley at McGregor Museum. We went to the Free State on the 11th of November 2021. We were at Bloemfontein at Bonn Hotel. We went to Limpopo on 16 November, and we were in Polokwane at Royal Hotel. Then we moved to KwaZulu-Natal on the 19th of November 2021. We met at Tropicana Hotel, and then we moved to the Western Cape on the 24th of November 2021. We were at Cape Town Lodge. And then we went to the Eastern Cape on 26 November 2021 in East London, Alexander Country Club. And we then went to Mpumalanga on the 30th of November in Witbank at the municipal offices. In Northwest, we were in Mafikeng on the 31st of November 2021. All these were coordinated with the offices of the premiers in all the provinces, and the invitations were sent by the offices of the premiers to all the relevant stakeholders. And indeed, we received inputs during our meetings, and they were also made in writing and submitted to the department. We incorporated them, we amended the bill accordingly. The current version that we have, it is not the same as the one that was published in the Government Gazette, because it now incorporates the inputs that were received during public consultations. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Nondumiso. Titi Shoki, what I want to get from you is the issue of the Board of Trustees. What were you saying about the Board of Trustees?
Thank you, Chair. Whilst we were pursuing the process of appointing members of the Board of Trustees and also consulting with civil society organizations, civil society organization requested that we hold that process or even abandon the process, that they were not in support of that process. Even though this was a discussion arising from cabinet, their plea was that no, do not go the trust route, but do ensure that it is established by statutory framework. And it is that statutory framework that will inform the governance of the proposed structure. We therefore abandoned that process. And then we embarked on the process of working or crafting or drafting the very statutory framework itself. And this is where we are at with it as we were consulting in terms of that bill, Chairperson, because we had the heed the call as requested by civil society during those consultation sessions.
Have you considered what National Treasury said to you regarding the trust?
Indeed, Chairperson, National Treasury, we had a meeting with them jointly with DPSA, and in that session, National Treasury indicated to us that they would want us to establish a GBVF secretariat that will be created on the establishment of the department. And it should be one that had a, personnel like one director, 2 deputy directors, I think 1 person that was responsible for administration. So it was 1 person employed at level 13, 2 persons employed at level 11, 1 administrative officer employed at level 7. And that was directly a proposal by DPSA as well as National Treasury. And we heeded the call, and we had to request for shifting of funds from goods and services to compensation of employees, which they approved to specifically cater for this structure until such time that the council is in place. And this is endorsed by both departments. Thank you, Chairperson.
How is your secretariat coordinating work that is done by other departments? Because now we have established the secretariat, and we want to know how are they collaborating work that is done by other role-playing departments?
Thank you, Chairperson. Because they are in the establishment of the department, they are not a separate entity on their own. They report, or they are located under the Chief Directorate, abbreviated as GTJS, the Governance, Transformation, Justice and Security Unit, under the leadership of Chief Director, Ms. Esther Malulega, who reports directly to me. So the work of the expected deliverables in line with the M&E framework, the coordination structures that are there, they are part of that. They are supervised and receive guidance from the Chief Director in executing this task, and they make sure that this work is coordinated. They are part of the interministerial committee through their director itself, and they are part of the reports that we coordinate from all the government departments and craft and send to the president. So partly they are, as requested by DPSA, part of us in the department to bolster the capacity that we have in the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you, honorable members. Can I get hands for clarity seeking questions with regards to the both presentations by the foundation and the Department of Women and Persons with Disabilities? I see the hand of Honorable Masiko, Honorable Masondo, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Ngobo, Honorable Primrose Sonti, Chair, I don't, Chair for Social Development, I don't know whether your members' hands are up.
I don't see any hand from Social Development, Chair, except myself.
Oh, okay, and you, Chairperson? Any member from the Portfolio Committee on Health, Lindy? Honorable Wilson? Okay, in that order, honorable members. Honorable Masiko?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to your good self, the Chairperson of social development, and honorable members on the platform, as well as the officials from the department. Chairperson, as well as the Uyinene Foundation and all our presenters and accompanying members that have joined our portfolio committee meeting. Let me firstly welcome the presentation, Honorable Chair, from both Honorable Sharif, and we thank you, Honorable Sharif, for the initiative. We are speaking about an activist parliament and an activist portfolio committee. This is what we are speaking about, and it speaks to the core of our oversight as members of parliament. But also it doesn't stop there, being with the communities and our NPOs in all the initiatives that they are doing and foundations. I think it's very important. Thank you very much for taking the lead in that. And we welcome the presentation as well, Honorable Chairperson. It has raised a number of issues that I think as a portfolio committee we need to thoroughly attend to, as well as the proposal that has been raised by Honorable Sharif in terms of not only having a private meeting, but also being where the foundation is based and operating. As we will be doing oversight throughout the year, we should consider the sites as proposed by Honorable Sharif in terms of the Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation. We should take a keen interest. I would support that, Honorable Chair. In terms of I only have one question of clarity, Honorable Chairperson, and I get the explanation by the DDG in relation to the board of trustees that has now been aborted, because I remember at some point they had advertised for the board of trustees, but it is accepted that now the NPOs have said that that initiative must be terminated. So one would like to request clarity in relation to the form and the structure of the council as proposed by the bill. What is envisaged as the form of the council itself in terms of the bill? Can the DDG give us insight as to what the form and the structure of the council will look like, and how the bill proposes that it should be established? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and the foundation of Uyinene Mrwetyana. Chairperson, the thing I wanted to say has been mentioned by Honorable Masiko, then I'm covered for now. I'll come back.
Oh, okay. If you're covered, it's fine. I think DDD Shoki, and when you respond to the question raised by honorable members, also the other thing that I remember that as the portfolio committee where the concern is the percentage of NGOs vis-a-vis a government representation in the council. If you can also touch on that so that we know how have you resolved that one. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Uyinene Foundation for their presentation. I think first and foremost, I'd really would like to appreciate the really great work that Honorable Nazli Sharif has played in making sure that this petition gets to the portfolio committee, because I think it's a fundamentally important petition. But above and beyond that, it really speaks to how we really need to get the levers of parliament working. And we cannot have the levers of parliament working without civil society playing a fundamental role in the type of legislation and the type of policy making that we require as a country, particularly as it pertains to gender-based violence. But most importantly, Chairperson, I would like to support all the recommendations that have been made by Honorable Sharif. I fully support them, and I would really urge that the Portfolio Committee does the same, that we do action those particular recommendations in ensuring that we push this process as much as we can forward. Chair, in terms of a comment or a question, I would just really would just give my view to say that I really do feel that the process in which the department has taken to really implement some of the proposals and the ways that they've put forward has been fundamentally slow. And I think there needs to be an acknowledgement of the fact that the department has been very slow in the type of implementations as it pertains to gender-based violence, that they could have done, they could have fast-tracked the process much faster than what they've done. And so I'd really would like to understand what are some of the interventions that the department is going to make to fast-track the implementation of the NSP and the council. How exactly are we looking at mitigating factors that may be a problem in the near future that will slow down this particular process, because these things are urgently needed in the country. And I strongly believe that we must be able to plan ahead and strategically look at issues that might slow down the process in as much as possible. Again, I'd like to reiterate the fact that the department really needs to look at the database that it has in terms of NGOs, civil society organizations, and key stakeholders in expanding that database so that whatever programs, whatever public participation, public hearings that need to take place, that we ensure that there's an extensive amount of stakeholders and civil society organizations that are involved and invited. Because I think to simply just say that we're not sure whether the invitation went or didn't go is something that this portfolio committee has been raising since 2019, that the department needs to ensure that the database that it has is extensive, is constantly updated, and is constantly monitored to ensure that all the necessary stakeholders are not left behind when we discuss these issues of the implementation of the NSP, the council, that they are taken on board, because at the end of the day, it is civil society on the ground that deals with gender-based violence. They are the frontline workers, NGOs, social workers. They are the frontline workers that have to face the brutal reality of gender-based violence on the ground. And if the department does not prioritize that, then indeed we're going to find ourselves in a problem. So I'd really would like to just understand from DDG Shoki, what exactly is being done in regards to the database and ensuring that whatever issues are that need public participation are as broad as possible in order to reach different diverse views, and also the views that can really help us to get a lot of the things off the ground. But with that, Chair, I really appreciate it, and I'm thankful through your leadership, Chair, that we've been able to actually get this petition here, and the support that you've given to various members on this committee to make sure that we have a space that is not political or that's not politically dominated, but that actually deals with the core issues of what our country is facing. And I'm very glad that we can all agree that gender-based violence is not a political issue, but it's an issue that really requires all of us to hold hands and push forward in as much as possible. I must state, Chair, though I do hear that the minister and the deputy minister in terms of social development and the minister in social development, as well as the minister of women, youth and persons with disabilities are unavailable. I do think, in my opinion, Chair, it is not a great message that we are sending out, particularly to stakeholders that want to co-partner with Parliament, co-partner with portfolio committees in ensuring that we deal with the issues. I do think to not even have one minister or deputy minister as part of this portfolio committee is really a slap in the face to many people who are either watching this at home. I think we need to do better. And I think when we do see these things coming up in our portfolio, let's prioritize them, or at least if we are not available, make sure that there is an executive authority that will be able to take accountability from the executive side. Because remember, as a portfolio committee, our role as the legislature is oversight, but the implementers are the executive, and they need to be here as the executive authority. So I just really want to make that point in as much as possible. But thank you to everybody who's been involved in this process. Our job now must be to ensure that what has been shared with us in this petition is taken forward, and that in the corners that we find ourselves in, we push as much as possible to ensure that we really fast track some of the processes that are in Parliament, because unfortunately at the moment, those processes are moving very slowly, Chair. And I think it is our role to make sure that we push these processes to be as fast as possible, so that those who need these changes on the ground feel them and know that they have a portfolio committee that will push the executive to do the job that they've been elected to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. I'm informed by Linton that the Minister of Social Development is in the meeting. Am I correct, Linton?
That's correct, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Linton, and Minister, you are welcome. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chairperson, may I also indicate that the DG also joined us. I guess they are done with Cabinet Committee. She's also in our midst.
Thank you very much, DG, for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. You are welcome. I think, Honorable, hello?
No, I was saying thank you.
Okay, okay.
I was also saying thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. I think the other thing that I wanted to raise with you, DDG, is the issue of the database. Honorable Mpiti has already raised it, but I think even in the previous meetings, the Portfolio Committee has raised the issue of the database. That as the Department of Youth, of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, you should not rely only to the offices of the Premier, but you must also have your own database of civil society organizations, because our fear is sometimes the invitation does not go to the right stakeholders that needs to be invited. So, which then becomes a problem at the end of the day. We will find in some civil society organizations writing to the Portfolio Committee complaining that they did not receive invitations. So we're appealing to you yourselves again that please get your database, have your own database as the department, so that you are sure that you are talking to the rightful civil society organizations. Over to you, Babu Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members, to the Uyinene Foundation and government officials. Chairperson, I've been covered by the honorable members, but just want to also add that I fully support the recommendations that have been presented by both Honorable Sharif and the Uyinene Foundation, and especially the recommendation that the department must fast track the development of the establishment of the National Council on Gender Based Violence, and also a request to the department, Chairperson, that going forward, all the progress reports around the bill that they are busy with at the moment must always be made public, so that civil society organizations are always well informed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Sharif, may you please send those recommendations to Neliswa so that at least she can send to all of us?
No problem, Chair. Consider it done.
Okay. Honorable Primrose.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Department of CGA, Uyinene Foundation, the both committees, and their ministers who are with us today in this meeting. Let me say, Chairperson, that Uyinene, may her soul rest in peace, and those who died because of GBV and femicide. Chairperson, as EFF welcome the petition with a very sad concern, as this matter affects all of us, especially the vulnerable in our community, the issue of GBV and femicide. I would like to inquire from the Department of Women and Youth and Persons with Disabilities, what was its primary intention by establishing the Board of Trustees, as it was expected that the Board of Trustees will be tasked to establish the National Council on GBV and Femicide. However, that did not happen as it was expected. The CGE has noted that the mandate of the newly established board and expected National Council of GBV and femicide were overlapping, was that somehow intentionally, South Africa is one of those countries with very high levels of GBV and femicide. Therefore, we cannot afford to take this matter for granted. We need to fulfill our constitutional mandate and conduct an oversight over the establishment of this board by the department and the delay on establishing the National Council as was expected. The department was mandated to establish the National Council on the 1st March 2020. Now it is 2022 and nothing has been done, yet we are still faced with this GBV pandemic. Does the department have adequate capacity to execute this task of establishing the National Council of GBV and Femicide? Is the department in a position to provide to this committee the progress that it has taken in trying to establish the National Council? Was there a budget allocated to fulfill this task of establishing the National Council on GBV and Femicide? If yes, how much is the budget and has it been used yet? If the budget had been used, what has it been used on? Yet the National Council still not been established. Which civil society organizations are involved in this matter as the department? Sorry,
can you go back to that question of the budget? Can you repeat your question on that one?
Thank you, Chair. Was there a budget allocated to fulfill this task of establishing the National Council on GBV and Femicide? If yes, how much is the budget and has it been used yet? If the budget had been used, what has it been used on? Yet the National Council still not been established. Which civil society organizations are involved in this matter, as the department is expected to work hand in hand with these organizations so that they can achieve transparency and accountability? The committee needs to set a reasonable time frame for the establishment of the enabling legislation for the National Councils on GBV and Femicide, and ad hoc committee might need to be established, which will be composed of members from both this committee and the Portfolio Committee on Justice to oversee and fast-track the establishment of the enabling legislations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mam Sonti, for your questions. Honorable Chairperson Mvana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've already greeted everyone, but I would like also to say a special greeting to the Minister of Social Development and also acting Minister on Women, Youth and People with Disability. Chairperson, I'm also thankful. I would like also to appreciate the presentation and the petition from Uyinene Foundation. You know, what worries me is that we are all aware that we really have a problem on this GBV. So much as we really sympathize with all what has happened in terms of this GBV, as government, we have tried our level best to make some awareness programs. We have done campaigns, but seemingly it is not enough. I hope Uyinene is aware. I hear the member that is saying, let's fast track these processes. I think the government and the departments too are also trying their level best to do that. But with the stakeholders that are working with us, they must also assist us in trying to fast track the cases of the GBV. They must also assist us in terms of making more awareness, because we've done that. But the reality, it is not enough to cap this sketch of GBF. And we will request them to join hands with us as the government. We are welcoming the resolutions and the recommendations. The reality of the matter, this thing is really bad. It's not pleasing to anyone, especially as women. The government and the departments have budgeted this. If we remember, even in the SONA, the president has tried to put some money aside for the GBV. No one doesn't know about this. But maybe let's request the Uyinene Foundation, really, as you have said, Chairperson, to extend their scope of work to the rural areas, in particular in the Eastern Cape where I reside, and in Limpopo. Just yesterday or 2 days before, there was a similar thing that is very bad of a murdered lady by the boyfriend. So it means almost every day, as we march, as we are trying our level best, especially your department and your portfolio committee, even ourselves as Department of Social Work, but we really would say to them, let's do more. It is not enough. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I also wanted to commend them and also wish the best of the luck for them to work hard towards this GBF thing. Lastly, Chairperson, today is the World Social Work Day for social workers or for social work professionals. We would love to say Happy World Social Work Day. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. We wish them well, that they need to celebrate their day. And I'm sure even the department have prepared something for them. But the minister is here, she will tell us. But thank you very much, Chair, for informing us that today is the Social Workers' Day, you know, and they are a profession that is mostly needed by our communities out there. So we wish them well for this day. Honorable Bonnie, but before Shoki, I want to go back to the issue of NEDLEC. as you were doing your presentation, you also mentioned that in your consultations, you also consulted with NEDLEC, and I'm not sure whether you did get your response or their inputs as NEDLEC on what is it that they want to input in your bill for the National Gender GBV Council. And I didn't hear you giving them any time frame because it can, if they haven't concluded, you need to fast track that because it can be your bill is sitting in NEDLEC lolo forever and ever, because we want the department to move so that this council is established. Remember, the president said it's one of the pandemics, GBVF issues, a pandemic issue. So, and the Parliament also said we are aligning ourselves with the president's call, and we want the department to establish the council so that maybe these issues, if the council is there, it will be easy for the government to deal with these issues of gender-based violence as quick as possible, and also to fast track the outstanding cases of GBV. Honorable Boni. Honorable Boni, I see your hand is up.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're
Thank
audible.
you. No, I wanted to take this time to just greet and the ministers who are present and all members of the Portfolio Committee. My input, Chairperson, let me start by saying that we appreciate the information or the presentations as they were presented to us this morning by the different officers. It was important to have the information because I don't think in the absence, if the ministers were not there, and we would not be having this meeting. So I think that it shows that the officers know what is up to the task, and they are able to can come and present whether the minister is there or not. But we also appreciate that they have joined the meeting from their different meetings. So it also teaches us that the office is not just about one individual. Many or those who are deployed to do certain tasks in the office are also able to fill in and make sure that this committee has got work to do and that they represent the officers they come from respectively. Also, Chairperson, having read the reports, the different reports from different departments, I think we need, let me also join in appreciating and welcoming the report, and also to encourage from particular, let me start with the social development one, to encourage continuous work.
Honorable Boni,
Chair,
we're still dealing with the presentation by the Uyinene Foundation and the presentation by the Department of Women.
Okay, all right, Chair. Okay, no, maybe I'm in a rush. No, that's fine. It's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
Let me go to that one because I've written them in as I was reading them, preparing for the meeting. Let me also welcome the report, the presentation from Uyinene Foundation, and also to say that we need to, as a committee, to welcome all what has been put forward for us today to deal with. But also it raises also a concern because having gone through the pledges and the writing, you can see it looks like it's young, very, very young kids who have written also there, and the fears and the challenges that they are going through based on gender-based violence, the fear, you know, when children start to say, I fear, I'm afraid. When I say no, it's no and nothing else. It raises the concern that we need to really, as a country, look into these matters and make sure that those who are growing, the up and coming kids, don't have to experience this going forward. The gender-based violence that is there, we know, we call it a scourge in our country, but globally it is happening. So we need to really look into these matters and let them get the necessary attention that it deserves. So one would just want to welcome the presentation from Uyinene Foundation and say that we appreciate the work that has been done so far, and it will be given the necessary attention. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boni. Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members and the Uyinene Foundation and departments in the meeting today. Chair, I am also covered a bit, but also want to welcome the presentation by both the Honorable Sharif and the Uyinene Foundation, and that Chair also emphasized that the Command Council should be established, and I welcome all the recommendations Chair made by Honorable Sharif and the Uyinene Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlongo. Honorable Nondumiso.
Thanks, Chairperson. I was going.
Sorry, Nondumiso.
Okay.
I forgot that you are from the department. Lisiho, I take it that you are an honorable member from another portfolio committee?
No, Chair. My apologies. I just sent a note indicating that Minister Zulu is joining as Seho. She has a challenge with her device, and I made the request that Honorable Chair please recognize her in that regard. Thank you. Apologies.
Oh, Lisiho, Honorable Zulu who indicated ukhona meeting, but we appreciate your update regarding her problem with her device. It's okay. Another person, there's no other member. We can now hand over to you, Didi Shoki.
Sorry,
Thank you, Chairperson. The DG will enlist assistance where possible. Madam Nondumiso will also respond to the network issue. There was a question around the budget. We have been given an allocation of 5 million over the MTF period under goods and services. It is for that reason that we then made an application to Treasury, having costed the GBV Secretariat as per their recommendation, which was almost 2.3 million. We requested that it be shifted from goods and services to compensation of employees, and that money through our finance, we can be in a position to give an account of how far we are in terms of spending, but it is mainly meant for compensation of employees in line with the costing that was done by ourselves, National Treasury and DPSA. Chairperson, there was also a question around the structure of the National Strategic Plan. I would like to indicate that the structure of the National Strategic Plan is clearly captured in Chapter 5 of the National Strategic Plan under institutional mechanisms as approved by Cabinet, that it is not a huge structure, it's a flat structure comprising the 49% and 51% representation by civil society organization. It is also responding to the declaration because it was captured as such even in the declaration. So we haven't changed anything as purported by the NSP and the signed declaration by the President of 49% government, 51% civil society. And this will just be comprising 13 members of the board, and they are mainly going to be responsible for governance issues and nothing else, Chairperson. The database, as a department, I am aware that there is a process underway, working in partnership with our internal supply chain management to appoint a service provider who will help us enhance our database and pull it together and find mechanism to get further inputs and consolidate the database. But as this stage, as and when we do our work, we constantly update our database. We took it to the Pillar Collaborative, where I am now or earlier on, I extended an invitation to our colleagues from the civil society. Pillar 6, which talks to research and information management, has taken the responsibility and has volunteered to also assist government in reaching out to civil society organizations and see how best we can enhance the database. So we are pursuing all these parallel processes. We're not going to wait for the supply chain management process only to be concluded at that particular point when it gets concluded, but we are doing our level best as and when we implement the work that we are implementing in enhancing our database as well. We do share even databases amongst ourselves as government departments, because in some instances we share the same civil society organizations with departments like justice, departments like social development and all. So all those platforms are being utilized, Chairperson. However, it is work in progress. We will continue to endeavor to improve and do better in this regard. Through you, Chair, I will request that Nondumiso respond to the issue of NEDLAC, and then we will take it from there if there's anything else that we have not yet responded to, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, DDG Shoki. Chairperson, immediately after we had incorporated the inputs that we received during public consultations, we submitted the bill to the NEDLAC for deliberation. We had our first meeting to introduce the bill on 31 November 2021. And then we were invited to come back in February after the NEDLAC has established a task team that was going to work on the bill. The meeting took place, we presented for the first time the bill to the NEDLAC with all the task team members available at the meeting. And the resolution of that meeting was that the task team members are going to look at the bill clause by clause and make their inputs. And a date was set for 15 March 2022, today. A date was set whereby all the social partners would have made their inputs on all the clauses of the bill, and the department was going to be expected to respond on the inputs that were made. We were intending to go today, and the meeting was postponed due to the unavailability of some of the social partners. Now we have a new date, the first week of April. I think, Chairperson, I must indicate that we were ready to present to the NEDLAC as in December 2021. We've been ready to go to the NEDLAC. We've been participating in the process, but our challenge remains the unavailability of all the social partners at the same time. But we are actually participating. We are busy with the process, even though it is not time is not on our side, but that issue is not in our hands. It depends on the availability of the social partners. But we are at the NEDLAC, and we are continuing with the process. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm worried, Nondumiso, when you are saying it's not in your hands, that issue is not in your hands, because you see, even if you have social partners, but social partners, they must take full responsibility that this bill, it's agent. It's not a bill where you can just put aside and ignore, and you wake up one day and say, hey, let me look at it. No, you need to give them time frame. And I'm worried because you say 1 April, what if on the 1st of April, they do April Fool? So I think you need to follow up and make sure that on the 1st of April, they conclude on their inputs and try your level best, because it's been long.
It's noted, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Yeah, noted. We'll do that.
Yeah, I see hands here on the screen. I don't know whether honorable members, including Lisiho, you have forgotten to lower your hands.
Sorry, Chairperson, Lisiho is me, Minister Zulu, because I have a problem. Lisiho for today. My apologies.
Yes, okay,
yes.
Minister. Okay.
Well,
Minister,
I'm not sure if if you're giving me the opportunity, Chair, because I see there's another hand still.
No, Honorable Hlongo, may you please lower your hand? You can continue, Minister.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good morning to you. A good morning to all the chairpersons who are here of the different portfolio committees. I just raised my hand earlier because I wasn't sure whether the Uyinene Foundation was going to leave after this item because we are presenting next as a Department of Social Development. But I thought, let me take this opportunity, if they are going to be leaving, let me take this opportunity to obviously thank them. We all, Chairperson, as I was listening to everybody speaking here, it just occurred in my mind that we always say, may somebody's soul who's passed away rest in peace, and including Uyinene and I, since we started, we were saying, may her soul rest in peace. So it just occurred to me, Chairperson, which you are in a scene, if I'm allowed to speak in a scene. Am I allowed? Yes, because I know that connectivity like this, sometimes it's difficult, people don't have the translation, but ngesintu lesimina engisaziyo, Chairperson, kuthiwa umuntu mayeshone ngesihluku or umuntu mayeshone ngendlela ebuhlungu noma nje eshayiswe imoto emgwaqweni noma nje ke ashona ngendlela uOyinene ashona ngayo, sinokuthi ngesintu kukhona imisebenzi okufuneka siyenze ngoba imiphefumulo yabantu abashona kabuhlungu ayiphili kahle kungenzekanga imisebenzi ethize. It is for this reason that then it occurred to me, you know, we all like at the time when an incident happened, we go to the graveyard, we bury all these women and children who have died through violent means. And we come back and then we keep saying, may their souls rest in peace. Ngesintu, imiphefumulo yabo ayisoze iphumule unless we collectively come together and fight this gender-based violence. And ngokubona kwami ayizusebenza kahle into yokuthi sidonsa-donsane, whether it's government, whether it's NPOs, whether it's NGOs, whether it's foundations. If there's one thing I understand in the South African context that would lead us to really unite and act in unison about gender-based violence. So I'm grateful that Uyinene Foundation did bring this petition here, and I wish to thank them for that. In the experience was social development, which I'm also trying to say to everybody. Look, if we are all going to be creating ourselves in corners this way and that way, and I'm starting with government, please let me not be misunderstood, which maybe I'm saying people should not form AMA Foundation. It is correct for people to form AMA Foundations because the more we have in this fight, the better. However, the more we have in this fight and we are not united in our approach and we are not supportive of each other in our support, umphefumulo kaUyinene asoze uphumule nabanye abaningi abashone ngendlela uYinene ashone ngayo. So isicelo nje kimi, Chairperson, ukuthi part of what we need to do, sometimes we regroup in a different way and say, I guess Scotland even sometimes politics when it comes to it. Can we just be united and say, Department of Women, Youth, People and Disability, these are the things that we have not been doing very well. Let's tell you how you can do that. The way Tina Simbona upon. Department of Social Development, we see that you are weak in this. Let's tell you how you can be able to do that. I'm not saying we can do that with almost everything because politics is politics, but this particular issue, in my view, it really does need a united front. A united front, for those in the olden days, when we were struggling to get women to participate, even in the drafting of the Constitution. We were so united, in particular, as women. under a few umbrellas. They came together and said the only way we can be able to deal this is to forget about these differences. You'll recall, Chairperson, you were there when we were forming the Women's Coalition. It was all parties. And at the time, we were having serious, we were having a war with the IFP at the time. But I'm telling you, as women, we came together and we said, let's forget about all these other issues. Here is a challenge that we are facing in front of us. It's called gender-based violence. So from myself as a minister and my experience on the ground is that we have so many of these different organizations, and sometimes organization instead of saying this problem that we have in front of us is too drastic for our people, it's too not even embarrassing. We are ashamed to ourselves, we are ashamed to the continent, we are ashamed to the world when people say we are the capital of killing of women. So it's challenging at some point, how best do we tackle this issue? Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your words of encouragement. And I'm sure we are fortunate in our portfolio committee that if there's one issue that unites us as the portfolio committee that we don't grandstand about is the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. Hence, as the portfolio committee, we have taken a decision and that we are going to invite all role-playing portfolio committees and departments so that they can come to a joint portfolio committee meeting and report on the work that is in progress, on things that they have done, and just be open and be frank with us on some instances where you are experiencing challenges. Last year, we even held a meeting with the Department of Justice. And I'm sure even yourself, Minister, you were part of that meeting because it was in December when during the time when I was busy with my mother's funeral arrangements. So this is one issue that we are taking very serious, Minister, and we are not going to fight about it. But we are going to fight when departments are dragging their feet and not doing what they are supposed to be doing. But we are going to give support to our government departments as portfolio committees in ensuring that we fight the scourge of gender-based violence in our country. It is concerning a minister that every day, as an Honorable Mvana was saying, even yesterday and the day before yesterday, there were women who were slaughtered, who were killed by boyfriends. Some of them are just killed by criminals. In Ekayelicha, there was an incident where they found bodies. They don't know whether those people, some of those people were shot or whether they were raped before they were shot. And there are many scary things that are happening out there, Minister. So together, including the NGOs and the foundations, Minister, we take it that, that's why I even mentioned that Uyinene Foundation should also go and help women in the rural areas. Because if you look at most of the NGOs and the NPOs and these foundations, Minister, they mostly concentrate on the urban areas and they don't concentrate on rural areas. I know for the fact that in the Eastern Cape, some of the members in the portfolio committee, Honorable Mkweba, when she was part of our committee, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Masiko, they were raising serious issues whereby young women and the aged were being raped by young boys and so on. So, and as Parliament, we are taking it very serious and we are going to work together. All what we need from your side, Minister, as members of the executive, is to push for the bills that, like this one of establishing a council. We can't be saying we are establishing a council, ilolololo, and then we don't finish. and we take 3 years or 4 years in establishing just the council. So we are pleading to you, appealing to yourselves that please support our Department of Women and Persons with Disability in ensuring that this bill is being fast-tracked and is being tabled in Parliament so that we can see after that what is left. But thank you very much for the words of wisdom that you have raised with us together with the foundation. The only challenge that we think you are going to experience, Minister and DG, is and how are you going to coordinate the foundations and the NGOs and the NPOs in ensuring that you get those that will be representing them in the council, because we don't want to see NGOs and NPOs being divided, and those will be representing them. We are expecting them that they'll be representing the other group. People won't go to the council and represent themselves, but they will be taking mandates from all other NGOs and NPOs and foundations. So that's why it's important that our department should have a database of all of them, so that even if some of them, they complain, at least 99% or 98% of them should be invited in meetings, so that we don't get unnecessary complaints as portfolio committees, because sometimes it becomes difficult on how then do you handle things that are raised, which sometimes it is a gap from the department side or from government side. So we'll appeal to yourselves that you need to work together as a collective so that we ensure that the souls of those who were killed, they sleep peacefully, and because they know that we do care and we have done our level best to address their issues. But thank you very much, Minister. I see the Deputy Minister of Health has just joined the meeting, and you are welcome, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, and maybe let's get honorable members satisfied with the response from the Department of Women. If I don't see, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. We accept the report by the department, but we as a portfolio committee will definitely continue holding them accountable and making sure that they do their work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. And Uyinene Foundation.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. We would just like to thank you for honoring us by inviting us in this meeting. We accept the presentation and the report, and we also avail ourselves and our expertise and our resources and reach to society that we can be used by the committee members as they wish. We would like to just say thank you. We heard your wishes for us to focus on rural areas. That is our area. We do work with rural areas and underprivileged schools, and our work is much vast in the Eastern Cape, but we wish to expand in the rest of South Africa. But we obviously are just one foundation, and we would appreciate the help of the ministry as well. But we would like to thank you for the opportunity and for inviting us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You are still welcome. You can sit, because social development is going to make a presentation, and the Department of Health also is going to make a presentation on how have they implemented the pillars of the NSP. So you can just sit and also listen on how far have they gone, because sometimes, you know, when you are sitting out there, we are not sure whether there's any movement and departments are doing some work or not. But when you are in the portfolio committee, at least it's better for you that you will hear what have they implemented so far. Thank you very much, honorable members. The next presentation will be from the Department of Social Development. Over to you, Minister and DG, acting DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My minister will come in first and make a few remarks before we as the department come in. I know she has a bit of a connectivity challenge, and I'm hoping that she's okay now with the connectivity. Sorry, I just
thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I tried to put on the video, but I don't know if I'm visible at all. But if not, it's me, it's not a robot. As I indicated earlier on, I've got a bit of connectivity.
Yeah, you're not visible.
But I am here, Chair, and the video is.
Yeah, it's fine. You can hear your voice. It's fine.
Yes. Yeah, I will
All
just
right.
switch off the video anyway, just to avoid a problem of connectivity.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. As you are aware, I'm wearing two hats today, both as Minister of Social Development, and I'm acting for Minister Maitengwane Mashabane, who is representing us in a very, very important meeting in New York, the meeting of women. I wish to apologize that this morning I was going to be late because I also was presenting CAB memos also in cabinet, which included one from the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability on a matter that is also very important, but I guess this is not for that now. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity for the department to present progress we have recorded on the implementation of the NSP, which largely focuses on Pillar 4, which is on response, care, support, and healing. I'm always adding it to the department that it's response, care, support, healing, but I'm always including empowerment in there, because when all is said and done, we all have to do these things and make sure that people are able to stand up, those who can, and we need to be supportive of them. As DSD, we have really recorded good progress in the implementation of the NSP, but we have to do more and to end the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, not just as government alone, but all sectors of society, starting at the basic family unit to communities, schools, churches, and even within the private sector. And Chair, today is the International Day for Social Workers. And I was thinking to myself again this morning as I was coming through to say, social workers are very important people in the lives of any community and in any life. And if we could, in my view, we could have social workers, much more social workers, because if we could have social workers working house to house, community to community, street to street, and considering the work that they do, which also include behavioral change. And so this issue of gender-based violence, they also be assisting us in particularly in the preventative areas to prevent, because while we can deal with this issue of gender-based violence, we should focus more on the preventative measures than dealing with it at the end when we have to be going and bedding or when we have somebody in hospital. So Chair, we also want to note the petition of Uyinene Foundation, and we commit to continue fighting GBV&F in all communities and do everything in our power to address the root causes of the scourge and support the victims in every possible manner. So we must continue to upscale our work in this regard, and I appreciate the discussions that have taken place here and your comments in particular, Chairperson, and also the comments of Honorable Sharif, who was saying that we must be held accountable. As a Department of Social Development, we fully recognize the importance of parliamentarians. We fully recognize the oversight work that they do because they represent communities. These are members of the community who obviously were elected by the different communities for them to come and represent them. So we appreciate the strong call for the oversight that we do. And as a department, we are forever ready. Whenever we need to come in account, we absolutely do not have a problem with that at all. I also want Chair to note the petition which is presented by Uyinene Mrwetyana Foundation, and we commit to continue fighting, as I said earlier on. And in our department, as a department, we have supported and funded over 312 civil society organizations in the current financial year to the tune of over 95 million through the CARA funding program, which we run through our agency, the National Development Agency, to provide victim support services at a community level, especially in rural areas and vulnerable places. Chair, I do want to indicate that with the CARA funds in particular, one of the things that I have experienced being in the department, being new as a minister, is that some of the organizations are not accountable. It's one of the things that I'm finding very difficult, that we need to make sure, and I think that it's a message that we all need to pass to all of the organizations, that they really need to be accountable and keep the books and make sure that the money that is being given to them goes to the programs that are expected of them. And as a department, by the way, not only do we give the organizations the money, we also have training programs which are supposed to empower them in order for them to be accountable. Because for me, accountability is also a two-way process. We can't be spending generally as government, when I talk about NPOs and so forth, to the tune of 8.2 billion per year. And I think that's the value for that money must be seen through the organizations that we are supporting, by them really rendering the services that they say they are going to render. And if they have any challenges, they have to be able to come to us and ask us to support them, because personally, I'm also very conscious of the fact that the NGOs and the NPOs are not at the same level. Some started being NPOs and NGOs a long time ago, and they've got very good experience, they've got very good accountants, they've got very good people who help them in putting their programs together. And therefore, we ask them to, whenever they have the challenges, they must get in touch with us so that we can be able to assist them. Chairperson, those will be my opening remarks, and then I will ask through you that I hand over to my team, which is led by the acting DG, Mr. Linton Mtunu, to take you through progress achieved by the DSP portfolio. And I also have another meeting, which is the JCPS meeting, where we also have other issues that are related to marriages. And so I've got to be in two places at the same time, but I've got confidence that the department will present well. And I'm not asking that, again, we not be shy, you not be hard where you believe that you need to show us where we think that we haven't been doing very well. Please feel free to be open to do that, Chairperson. I don't fear that at all, because I believe what you do, the work that you do, needs to strengthen us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for raising your concern regarding NPOs and NGOs who are not accountable for the funds that have been allocated to their organizations. I think this is one matter, honorable members, that as portfolio committee members, we need to deal with, on how then they would assist departments and make recommendations on how the Department of Social Development needs to deal with those NPOs and NGOs who doesn't account for funds that have been allocated to their organizations. Thank you very much, Minister. Over to you, Acting DG.
Chair, thank you very much. Can I please get an indication, Chair, whether we should share the presentation on the screen or whether the Secretariat will do
it? Whether you want to share it on the screen, it's up to you, but all honorable members, they do have the report, but for the benefit of civil society organizations, you can share it on the screen.
Okay, I've now shared the chair and I hope that it is visible.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. As indicated, my name is Linton Mkunu, the Acting DG at Social Development. Let me thank Chair for the opportunity to present as the Minister has indicated. I will not speak on the aspects that the Minister has already raised. Safe to say that we've also taken note, and it was good for us to listen in on the first presentation as a matter that is quite important even for us as a Department of Social Development. Chairperson, let me also greet my chairperson who's in the meeting as well of our portfolio committee and all members. So I will just give an update quickly, and my colleague Caesar, who is with me here, was the Chief Director responsible for gender, and Isabella, who's the Acting DDG responsible for this work as well, will also come in and assist in terms of providing responses to questions that members may have. Chair, as we've already indicated, that GBV remains one that we face in the country, and it is indeed a concern that the numbers continue to grow as opposed to declining when it comes to cases of gender-based violence and femicide. The President recently announced that gender-based violence is the second pandemic after COVID-19, and the need for government to, in the main, working with all sectors of society to upscale our interventions as a country towards gender-based violence. And having said that, the mandate of the Department of Social Development, let me just try to go to the next slide. The mandate of the Department of Social Development is to provide social protection services to vulnerable individuals, groups, and communities, and to equip them to become capable and self.
Free zero lintin, or it's from my side?
No, all of us are not hearing him. Freezil.
Okay. Yes, super, isn't it?
Chair, I suspect that I lost connection because I was kicked out of the meeting, and I'm not sure where you last heard. That experience last week when our portfolio committee meeting was hacked. So I was hoping it's not the same case. Chair, if with your guidance, where did you last hear me speaking? Share the presentation again.
We have passed the introduction, eh?
I was still on slide 2, Chair, just really highlighting that with regards to pillar 4, which is the pillar that we are responsible for. I hope that the screen is visible. The presentation
is visible.
Okay, so I was just indicating that part of the work that we do in terms of our interventions, in terms of pillar 4 in the main, is strengthening existing response care and support services in a victim-centered, survivor-focused, and trauma-informed intervention, which ultimately facilitates recovery and healing of victims. And then the department has also not only confined itself to Pillar 4, but also actively contributes to Pillar 2, which is on prevention and building social cohesion through education and awareness campaigns, which are targeted at different groupings across society and communities, including in schools, youth out of schools and churches, etc. But we also have focused interventions for boys and men and religious groups, as well as the traditional sector, as well as the LGBTQI community, amongst others. So in terms of Pillar 3, Chair, which deals with justice, safety and protection, we focus largely on the development of legislation and reforms, and members would note that we recently gazetted the Older Persons Amendment Bill just a few weeks ago for public comment, but also the Children's Amendment Bill is currently before Parliament, as well as the fact that we are processing and finalizing the Victim Support Services Bill. And all these legislations, pieces of legislation rather, are aimed at strengthening the legal instruments that enables the state to fight the scourge of gender-based violence and provide protection services to victims. So, Chair, at this point, I will ask Caesar to continue with the presentation from this slide, moving onwards, and then we'll be able to come back in terms of questions and answers. It's a short presentation that really speaks to the progress of interventions that we've made as a DSD portfolio. And again, we call ourselves a portfolio because of the work that our agencies do. And Minister already spoke about the interventions that we work with the civil society on through the CARA funds. So, Caesar, would you come?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. If the slides that my teachers already covered, yeah, I'll go to this one. Chair, it's important to indicate that as a department, our core responsibility or our mandate is to provide psychosocial services using various settings and platforms. One of them is the shelters. The second platform is the Tukuzela care centers. The third one is victim-friendly facilities, as well as court support. That's where we're expected to provide psychosocial services. So in terms of the shelters, this is the breakdown of the shelters that we have in the country. I won't go through, each and every province, but it's important to indicate that we've got 142 shelters at the stage, and the bed capacity is 1.687. The achievements so far, Chair, since we started implementing the NSP as Pillar 4 are as follows. We're saying due to the demands of psychosocial services, we have increased our gender-based violence command center capacity from 15. When we started, we had about 15 professionals who were mending the command center and providing trauma counseling. But now, due to the high demand of this service, we've increased it to 30, from 15 to 30. We've also, out of 52 districts in the country, we have managed to facilitate the establishment of 45 shelters in districts that are without shelters. We've also established additional 6 shelters in Western Cape. Those are the areas where we have facilitated the establishment of the shelters. We've also appointed additional 200 social workers to provide or to focus on the fight against gender-based violence, because before that, we used to have social workers that were doing generic work. And when it comes to GBV, we're really not, we're not there to provide those specific services. But now, with the additional 200 social workers, we are able to cover that ground. We've also managed to secure 100 million, the ministers alluded to that, to fund 312 CSOs, and majority of them are emerging organizations, which really we pride ourselves with that, because we know that the emerging organizations, you find them in disadvantaged communities as well as rural areas. We've also have developed, we've got a secure, we've got a funding, we have a policy on funding. That policy has been there for some time, so now finally it's approved. We've also conducted research to confirm the core package of services, and we've done that in partnership with DPME. We've also trained and deployed 100 GBV ambassadors to youth to provide services in hotspot areas. I remember I think it was in 2020 when the president declared that we've got 30 hotspot areas in the country. So as a department, as soon as those 30 hotspots were declared, we had to look at our capacity and make sure that we provide specific interventions there. And we've done that with the help of the 100 youth ambassadors that were identified and trained and deployed in those areas. Next one. Okay, and these GBV ambassadors, they've managed to implement 164, or they've conducted 164 campaigns in those areas, and they've also done a lot of work like referring people to various services, like they will refer people who are, those who are already victimized, they will refer them to DSD social workers for interventions and so on. We also have a 100-day based campaign in Free State as part of the collaboration work that we do with the civil society organizations, and we're not alone there. We've reflected the number of national as well as provincial departments that we work with to try and ensure that we provide psychosocial services everywhere. We've also developed two policies that were approved. One of them is sheltering policies, which is critical because most of the shelters that we have were established before the policy was in place. And sometimes the quality of services that they render may not be of good quality. But now that we have a policy, at least we are now monitoring them in terms of the policy that they need to comply with. And we've also developed a policy that speaks to psychosocial services to improve service delivery. So far, after the approval of those policies, we've also ensured that we capacitate 5 provinces, KZN, Western Cape, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo, to increase access to services. Furthermore, we've also established partnership with Health and Welfare SETA as our line function SETA for the purpose of accrediting the skills development that we are offering in our facilities. For instance, we do have skills development centers within our facilities, like the Kuseleka one-stop centers. So we are working with the SETA to make sure that the skills the skills that we are providing there, they are accredited so that women can be empowered and even if they are able to be independent. We, in terms of the issues of funding, because we know that we can never have enough money, there's always issues of resources. We've managed to establish partnership with EU as well as SANEC, and the intention is to mobilize more resources and respond to the challenges of gender-based violence in our sector. The challenges, Chair, there's quite a number, but in the interest of time, I won't go through them, but I'll just indicate that there are 2 major challenges that we are contending with as a department, and we are addressing them. The first one is around the establishment of the shelters. I think in one of the pronouncements the president did was to say in each and every district there must be at least a shelter. So far, like I've said, out of 52 districts, we've got 44 shelters. So there's an outstanding of 8 shelters, 8 districts that are without shelters. So it's a challenge. We are working hard to secure budget and make sure that we establish shelters in those 8 districts that are without the shelters. And then the second challenge, Chair, is around the issues of LGBTIQ. We have to make sure that our services respond to the needs of the LGBTIQ community. So those are the 2 major challenges that we are having at the moment. The others are covered by the minister. In terms of the proposal, shall we propose solutions? We're saying National Treasury needs to recognize GBV as a pandemic in order to allocate adequate funding. Because one of the challenges is that we don't have adequate funding. We've engaged Treasury on this matter. They've acknowledged that indeed our portfolio is not funded adequately, and those are some of the things that they look into to ensure that they assist us with a funding.
The Commission for Gender?
The commission.
Yeah, should also indicate that they've raised concerns.
Yeah, and also on this matter of sheltering services, the Commission on Gender Equality, they've also conducted some public hearings and they've raised their concerns around not only us, but all the key departments to deliver on this matter. With us, it was to ensure that shelters are in all the provinces and as well as provide psychosocial services, which impacts on our budget. So hence Treasury it has been engaged on this matter to try and resolve it. The second issue is that we are saying our provinces need to prioritize and institutionalize GBV services in order for us to increase access to services. Yes, some provinces are providing GBV services, but some are not. It's still regarded as a generic service, and that in itself is a limitation. So we are working with them to try and institutionalize these services so that they are, targeted interventions. The third proposal, Chair, is the issue around funding. Like we said, that we have established this gap, but the challenge is to make sure that we have those shelters in those districts, and we need money. So some funding, we are looking at, we are consulting various, or we're having bilaterals with various key donors who can assist us with the startup funding to establish the shelters. Once they're established, then our provincial offices will come on board and maintain those shelters. We are already engaging various partners on this matter. And then the other key issue that we are proposing to improve our services is around capacity building of frontline workers, particularly the social workers. This is important, Chair, because we realize that when our workers are not properly, capacitated, they contribute in secondary victimization. So to prevent that, it's quite important to invest in capacity building, and that's what we have been doing. I'll skip the future plans, just go to recommendations. In terms of the recommendation, we are saying it is recommended that the portfolio committee take note of the progress that we have made or we have registered by the department in implementing the NSP on gender-based violence for the financial year 2021 to 2022. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That brings us to the end of our presentation, and we will then be able to take any questions, feedback, and inputs in that regard from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linton. Honorable members, that is the presentation. Linton, we were having interest on how do you monitor if those NGOs that are being supported by your department, you have a tool on how do you monitor the work that they are doing, on whether whatever funds that have been allocated to them is benefiting the desired work that is allocated for, or what is happening. We were interested to hear that from your presentation, because if you were listening to the concern that was raised by Minister also, which is very much important, that you fund people, NGOs and NPOs, and you are expecting them to do some work. And it's also important to monitor and on whether the funds that are being allocated to them are doing the desired expectation or not. So maybe next time, if you can share with us on how do you monitor those NGOs on the work that they are doing. And I want to start first, with the I see that this is a very good presentation. You have implemented, you are trying to implement the NSP on GBVF. You have campaigns in the universities, and there's work that you have started doing. But what I want to check with you, NYDA has also started to do some work in higher in institutions of higher learning, which is where even yourselves as the department, you are doing some work, some campaigns. And I just want to check if whether you are collaborating the work that you are doing, or you have partnered with NYDA. And if you haven't partnered with them, why? And maybe it's something that you need to consider in future. And then coming to CGE, I see in your programs, you also have a program on boys, but CGE has also got a program on men and boys. So also with regards to that one, I think what we want to hear from you, if whether your department minister does have a working relationship or partnership with CGE, because I think collaborating with some of these entities can produce desired outcomes rather than them working in silos. You know, when work is done by all of you and in collaboration, at least you are able to produce more results. When coming to you have ambassadors, and unfortunately that your department, you have appointed ambassadors who are leading some of the programs. But what we want to check with you is that how do you then get reports on the performance of your ambassadors regarding issues of gender-based violence and other campaigns where you have appointed them to do? Maybe let me not finish my questions. Let me give honorable members, you know, because me, I can talk, you know, when I read the report, I come up with many questions, and sometimes, you know, I fail my members. So let me give my honorable members an opportunity to raise their clarity-seeking questions. If there are other questions that they did not raise, then I will come in. Honorable members, let me get your hands. I see the hand of Honorable Alexandra Abrams. Honorable Masiko. Honorable Sharif. What is that for? Ngabona Alexandra, ngabona Masiko, ngabona Sharif, ngabona Boni. Any other member?
Marekwa, Boni, Nomphiti, Che.
Mpitikon. Okay, Honorable Mpiti.
And Masango. And Masango, Bridget Masango.
Okay, Honorable Bridget. Yeah, I think these are the only hands. Yeah, in that order. Mpiti, I've already noted you. Okay, in that order, Honorable Alexandra.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everybody online, and thank you very much for the presentation. Chairperson, first I'd like to start off with the request that the department please resend this presentation to us, because I've already picked up two discrepancies in the presentation in which we received and the presentation that we viewed right now. So there must have been some changes and amendments. So if we can please just get this latest presentation. Then, Chairperson, I would like to just to get some clarity. They say the Victim Services Support Bill is sitting at Cabinet. You know, just, you know, the call for comments on this bill closed in October 2020. And just to get an understanding, you know, what is meant by it sitting with cabinet. Is it stalled at cabinet? Does it need to be reworked? What is the situation, and when can we see the VSS bill moving forward? Then, Chairperson, the department with the last CARDO grant beneficiaries provided us with a list of those CSOs who benefited. And I would like to request if the department can make the list available once again of the new CSOs who have benefited from the CARDO grant. I'd also like to know the GBVF ambassadors, you know, how were they recruited, what kind of training, and for how long they trained to fulfill these roles, because it's quite a sensitive, emotional, you know, topic for these ambassadors, but also if they are going out into the communities and engaging on this topic, you know, what kind of support and debriefing are these ambassadors getting themselves, you know, on this, on the issue of GBV. Then, Chairperson, for clarity, if I understand the presenter correctly, with the Khuseleka one-stop centers, there's no budget yet. I just need clarity if that is what the presenter meant, that there is no budget yet assigned for these Khuseleka one-stop centers. And then also, Chairperson, you know, we speak about funding, and the presenter acknowledged that there's a lack of funding in the sector. And I think the amount is still 59 Rand a day for a woman in a shelter. And we all know perpetrators in prison get subsidized from government a lot more than the 59 Rand women are getting. But if the department can maybe just provide some clarity, if it is still 59 Rand per woman per night in a shelter, and if that's the same for all the provinces, but also if children who are going to these shelters with women, if they are given a different subsidy, or are the children that are with their mothers in the shelters, you know, coming from that same 59 Rand a day. Then, Chairperson, slide 10 has a very frightening line on it, and the presenter skipped past it. So I'll read it to everybody on slide 10. It says, some provinces do not prioritize GBV. As a result, there's an inconsistent provincial reporting is lacking. Now, Chairperson, for me, I find that very frightening, that there are some provinces that are not prioritizing GBV, and I'd like to know which provinces they are, what are the reasons they are not prioritizing GBV, and also, you know, it's written in present tense, so it's not like they were not and now they're doing it. It means that they are still prioritizing GBV, and I just need to understand why not and how DSD came to this conclusion. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alexandra. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has established rapid response teams. So what I would also like to know is, are your ambassadors having a relationship with the rapid response teams established by the Department of Women? Honorable Masiko, Honorable Mvana, may you please take over to chair the meeting?
Thank you very much.
Chairperson. Over to you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. One has been covered by the questions that have been asked, especially on the one that was asked by the Chairperson regarding the issue of monitoring and evaluation. And, you know, I think it's important, Honorable Chair, that we are able to monitor these achievements that we have noted as achievements, and issues on whether we are able to even get the return on investment. For instance, we have cited the fact that we are providing accredited skills development programs across, you know, our shelters. So we need to assess on whether women that have been able to be taken through these skills development programs are able to further, get employment and be able to work and feed their families. So the question on monitoring and evaluation for me is quite important. The second question, Chairperson, relates to the issue of shelters, the establishment and the manner in which our shelters are funded across the provinces. We received a report on the research that was done on the state of shelters from the Commission on Gender Equality. And what we had picked up is that there is no form of uniformity in relation to the manner in which provinces are handling shelters. What is done in Gauteng is not necessarily, you wouldn't find it in KZN, even in terms of funding of these shelters. Now, for me, the question is there no form of a standardized way of, or maybe a standard operating procedure on how the shelters across provinces are operated or are established? That is a big concern, Chairperson. And for me, I did even ask the CGE as to what the Department of Social Development is doing to address the uniformity in the operation and the management of shelters and the availability of resources, given to the fact that in terms of the funding model, it's not being implemented the same way in provinces. It is a concern, and government must be able to address the inequalities that the shelters are finding themselves in. The third question, Honorable Chair, relates to the deployment of the social workers that the department has appointed. We are having 200 social workers in provinces focusing on the fight against gender-based violence. Now, the question is, out of the entire provinces that we are having, how are these social workers deployed? If it's only 200, I'm not sure the number of wards that we are having. Surely they are not on a ward-based a system, because I'm sure that we're close to 800 or so. I'm not sure about the numbers. So one would like to know on how these social workers are deployed. I think we must welcome the training and the deployment of the 100 GBV ambassadors providing services in the hotspots. I think it's quite important, Honorable Chair, but also over and above that, for me, it's important to check on whether the individuals that have been identified to provide services are individuals that have been screened correctly and have been, just to check, because sometimes, you deploy a thief to catch a thief, and in this case, you might be deploying perpetrators themselves to go and work with issues of gender-based violence, but you'll find that they'll be having criminal records, they'll be having cases, they'll be having issues of having at some point, perpetrated against victims of gender-based violence. So I'd like to check in terms of the screening of these ambassadors, whether there is a system that properly screens GBVs. Ambassadors. The last point, Chairperson, is a point that was raised by the honorable member before me, dealing with the issue of provinces that have not or are not prioritizing GBV and resulting in the inconsistencies in provincial reporting. Now, the question that I have, because if we're saying provinces, it's broad. Who in the provinces is not, we might name the provinces, but the question for me goes beyond that and says, whose responsibility is it? Is it the Department of Social Development in those provinces that's not reporting? And in that case, what is the National Department of Social Development doing if provinces or DSD in those provinces are not facilitating or not playing that role? Or in other cases, is it the offices of the Premier that are given the responsibilities of dealing or implementing issues of prioritizing GBV. So as much as we are requesting to get the names of those provinces, but also we must be able to be told whose responsibility is it, so that somebody must be held accountable and not just say that, accept the fact that provinces are, who in the provinces is not doing their work, and how are we then ensuring that there's accountability or consequences for those that are not reporting? Because we're not going to sit here, Honorable Chair, and accept the fact that in some provinces work is not being done around gender-based violence. For us as parliamentarians, we are not going to accept that. It's important for us to then say what and how far have they gone as a department in holding people accountable, or individuals or departments or offices of the Premier or civil society organizations that are receiving funding and therefore not doing work and not reporting. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we then go to Honorable Sharif? Can we be brief, honorable members? I'm looking at the time, it's 18 minutes past 12 and the meeting is supposed to be out. And we still have health presentation. Thanks. Over to you, Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just quickly get my notes. I will not repeat what honorable members have said before me. Just on the GBVF ambassadors, just what is the scope of their work? Then in terms of the shelters, we have a massive problem with shelters when we're looking at the access and availability to members of the LGBT community, especially the trans communities. As many honorable members should be aware, oftentimes members of the trans community do not feel safe going to either a male or a female shelter. And so I want to find out from the department, what are their plans to looking at establishing a LGBT shelter where members of the LGBT and the trans community can feel safe. You also, the presentation does not indicate the amount of safe houses in other provinces except for the Northwest. So maybe if we can get an indication of that. And then again, those provinces who do not prioritize GBF, who are they? We need to name and shame them so that they can get their act together. And then it speaks about external stakeholders where funding has been sourced from. Can we maybe get a list of which external stakeholders the department has gotten funding for shelters? And what does the capacity for frontline workers look like? What does it entail? Is it a curriculum? How often does capacitation happen? And is there accreditation to it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can we then go straight to Honorable Mrwetyana? Over to you. Where is Honorable Mrwetyana? Boni?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be brief because I'm waiting for the bus. Most of the issues have already been raised by members before me. But what I would like to talk to is maybe also to appreciate the report as has been presented to us this morning. And also appreciate the success. There are still work to be done. There is still work to be done in terms of other issues that the committee has, the presentation is talking to. And we really appreciate the work and efforts and the successes that the department has achieved so far. But looking into the report, maybe also I know other reports have not been dealt with. One picked up a number of similarities. And I think the minister has also spoken to the issue of working together and avoiding issues of working in silos. I think all the departments working together, more can be achieved. Also to appreciate where the report talks to capacity building of frontline workers. I think it is very important, but when we talk about frontline workers, The report, I know social development emphasizes on social workers, which is very important and very key, but working together with other departments, making sure that from the police, the justice and others, there is that training, joint training sessions, and making sure that as the complainant go from from police to different departments, referred to certain departments, to social workers and so on, that there is synergy, that is cooperation and working together. I think more for me, it's about working together of all the departments. I know also with health, it will be the same, and making sure that what we intend to achieve as government of the day will be achieved. And as also with this committee that deals with these issues. So I think it's more about appreciating their work and hoping and believing that more will still be done in completing those that are outstanding. The other part is on the accredited courses. Is very good. I know somebody have spoken about the accredited courses that women do receive, but maybe in future also having some stats to say these are the courses that we have provided, and these are the number of women who were with us and have achieved and currently are doing something for themselves, so that it is seen that really there is work done and there is results after all, so that women coming from these shelters are not left worse off. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mareko. Honorable Mpiti. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Just two quick questions on my side. The first one is just in relation to some more information around the men and boy assemblies that have been put together, just to understand exactly how they are working, where they've worked, and what type of feedback has been ascertained from those assemblies that have been held. Then the last one is just simply to say that I know it's been mentioned, but in terms of shelters, when you look at Limpopo and Free State, we see that there's only 2 in Limpopo and 7 in Free State. Are there any other plans to extend shelters in these particular provinces? Because this is where we see quite a high number of cases that are being reported, but also cases that are not being reported because people are far away from resources. So are there any other plans to ensure that there's some capacity in these provinces to support victims? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Chair. I have largely been covered, and thank you for the presentation from the department. I have largely been covered in terms of the questions I wanted to ask, but the one remaining question comes from a slide that spoke to National Treasury having to treat GBV as a pandemic. I just would like to know if up to now, has National Treasury not been treating GBV as a pandemic, and because that is concerning to me. But Chairperson, the issue of some provinces not reporting and things like that is quite concerning, because, for example, I want to bring in an issue in Gauteng, where in the recent past, we got an announcement that the Department of Public Works had donated 6 buildings or properties to be used as safe houses. And when we followed up with the Department of Social Development in Gauteng, we got to know that that donation had been withdrawn. Now, this is one of the issues that one gets very concerned when you hear, because it means that the announcements and the speeches that go out to say GBV in South Africa, GBVF in South Africa for that matter, is a pandemic, then at implementation stage, where all these policies and strategies have to be operationalized, that is where we find things that are not being done, and that is concerning, Chair. And then the last thing that I wanted to know is about the work that the ambassadors are doing. One would like to know if there are any reports that one can get, because for the most part of this presentation, it was what the department is doing. So it was outputs, as it were. Sorry, what they are going out to do, but one is not getting, at this stage at least, what it is that has been monitored to have been the progress in what the department is doing. I will give you again an example of, for example, we heard last week that a place here in the Western Cape that had been declared the hotspot for murder, that they have lost that hotspot status because of the work that is being done on the ground. One would like then to know if there are monitoring systems that are in place for us to hear when these reports are being given, where in the country where these hotspots had been identified, that so much work has been done by all the departments that are involved, that have actually taken away those hotspot statuses, so that we can see that the work that is being done to fight the GBVF pandemic is actually producing results. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masango. Can you please write the first question about Gauteng money that has been returned back? The acting DTT is asking you to write down in the gadget, please. Thank you. Over to you, Magdalene. Honorable Magdalene, we are the last one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to all. One would appreciate the very informative presentation, but I have one seeking clarity about shelters in the district, how it looks like, because one would be very glad if we have a breakdown report, so that if somebody talk about the shelters, we know exactly where are they and what is monitoring of that, more especially in cases, and there are many cases, but we would know there are shelters which provide by the department. We would like to know this report breakdown each province, that each province in this district, there are shelters here and there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. You were the last one. Can we then get the responses from the department?
Sorry, Chair.
Okay.
I'm
And
Primrose.
who's that? Who's that?
I'm
Chair.
Oh, Primrose, Honorable Primrose. So,
Honorable Teacher Aris.
All right, you will be the last one, Honorable Aris.
It's me, Chene. Can I proceed?
Yes, yes, it's you.
Thank you. Thank you
Honorable
so
Sonti.
much. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Mine, Chairperson, it will go straight to the women, more especially the women on rural areas. I just want to know from the department where those women can get the help or the support into their projects, because they are trying to open to do their projects, but they are struggling to go forward or to sustain, because they don't have assistance anywhere from the government or from the departments. So I just want to know why the rural areas women are suffering, more especially in the projects, because even on the skills, they don't have skills, because there's nobody who can help them to give those women the skills, the better skills. So I just see the township, the women who are at least surviving on this project. So I just want to know, where can we go and knock, which doors can help us as the rural women in these projects, because the unemployment, it's not only in the youth side. Also, we as women, we don't have work. Even if we are married, others, they are not supported by the husbands, and we are having children. So we need the help from the department or from the government. It's only my submission and my question. If you can help me there, Chairperson, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Sonti. Honorable Aris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Sorry for locking in late. I think, Chair, I just want to check with the department. Since the department, most of these shelters are, non-profit organizations. But I want to find out from the department, what are they doing? Because we also know that there's a shortage of these shelters, for GBV victims. I want to find out from them, one, what are the plans to encourage that more of these shelters being established? And I want to find out within their financial year, did they put aside money for more shelters, as this is much needed? And then I also would like to find out, what if this woman is in the shelters, what developmental programs are there for these women, so that they don't go back, to the perpetrators? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Can we then give over for responses?
Thank you very much, the Chair and honorable members, for the questions and the inputs and comments in some aspects. I'll ask Caesar to go first, and then I'll come in with some inputs as well after she has made any responses to the questions. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. The first question is around campaigns in universities. Yes, the question is, are we working with NYDA? We do work with NYDA in terms of the substance abuse programs. There is partnerships, and we do provide, joint projects with them. We've just celebrated an International Day for Women together with them. In terms of the gender-based violence, we are working on this campaign of universities. We are working with higher health. We do have, partnership with them during the orientation. For now, during the orientation, we've been to ±10 campuses, and we'll be working with them throughout the year. Our target is around 30 campuses. Then the question on ambassadors. Yes, of course, the question was, when we appointed them, who oversee their work and how do we support them? We have appointed, let me start by saying, when we identified the need after the 30 hotspot areas were declared, we then approached our health and welfare SETA. We presented a proposal to them to look at how best can they support us financially, because it happened during the financial year. Already the projects were allocated. We didn't have budget at that time to undertake that project. So we approached the SETA, and the SETA came on board. They approved our proposal. So part of the proposal was to train, number one, because their core business is around training and development. So they said, we allocate money for you to identify and train them so that they don't do harm, but they do good. They know that when they're deployed, what is it to look for? How can they support the victim? How can they make sure that they render those awareness campaigns? So they gave us money to support the work of the ambassadors. And SETA, over and above that, they also appointed an implementing agents on our behalf, which is NICDEM. So NICDEM oversee their work. They make sure that they support the deployment. They make sure that they monitor the work that they do. They make sure that those 30 hotspot teams, they write the reports, they consolidate the report and send it to us, a monthly report on all the areas, how they are doing. So we are not doing it directly, but the NICDEM is doing it on behalf of the SETA to make sure that everything that we say they must cover, it must be done. And then in terms of the issue of the work around men and boys, there's quite a lot that we do with men and boys. What we do with that program, we conduct community dialogues or dialogues with them. We talk to them and we create a safe space for them to be able, to indicate to us or share with us their experiences. One of the themes that we do with them is something called untold stories. What actually happened in that sessions, they share with us the sexual assaults that some of these young boys have gone through as young boys, and as a result of that trauma that was never addressed, and then it manifests itself in different ways. So we do talk about that, and we provide trauma counseling to deal with that trauma. We also deal with harmful cultural practices with them, because some of the things are perpetuated in the name of culture. So we do have sessions with them. There's quite a number of things that we do with them, but those are the two key that I can allude to. Honorable Abraham spoke about the budget for Khuseleka. That yes, of course, we did indicate that currently we have challenges around the budget to establish Khuselekas, because just we did the costing. Just to establish one Khuseleka, it's around 15 million in 1 year. So therefore, it's quite a lot of money for us to put in place, but we do understand the gains once the shelter is in place or the Khuseleka is in place. So we have engaged a treasury around this and to try and see what is it that we can do to secure funding. Hence, I spoke about the donors that we have approached. And the donors that we have approached is EU. We have put a proposal to EU. They are considering it, but we don't have their approval yet. We've also approached national lotteries. We are waiting for the feedback. We've also approached SANAC. We are waiting for feedback. So we are hoping that some of those donors, they will be responding to us favorably. At the same time, the provinces are also working hard to come up with sustainability plans, because these donors, their investment is just going to be once off. It is expected that the provinces must sustain the initial investment. So those are the engagements that we are currently doing. There was also a question around the provinces, which provinces are not prioritizing GBV. It's actually 2 provinces, and it's not like what did you say? Answer that, no? The provincial one. Okay, let me skip that one. Okay, there's also a question on rapid response team, if they are working with ambassadors or not. Yes, indeed, they are working with the ambassadors. The response rapid teams is led by NERD, and NERD it's linked to the department. We are funding NERD, and so NERD as a national body is working with the ambassadors to respond to the referrals that the ambassadors are doing. We said the ambassadors, their core business is around awareness raising. When it comes to victims that are already traumatized, or when it comes to victims and survivors, what they do, they refer them to NERD. That's why they're working with NERD. They refer them to various departments. For instance, if a victim comes to them and say, I want to apply for a protection order, how do I go about? They will go with the victim to the nearest police station, assist them to actually do apply for the protection order. So they do work with the rapid response team. There was also a question from Honorable Maseko on the establishment of the shelters to say whether is it in our plan or not. Yes, it is in our plan. Like we've indicated that we've got the plan is that in each and every district, we must establish a shelter. And at this stage, we've got 44 districts that have shelters per district. The gap is 8. We don't have 8 shelters in 8 districts. So we are working hard to make sure that those districts have shelters. The plan for 2022-2023 is to establish 4 shelters, and then the remaining 4 will be established in 2023-2024 with all the support of the donors that I've already alluded to. Okay, there was a question around some of the shelters that we have. There's no, it looks like there's no uniformity in terms of, how they are providing services. So how do we ensure that there is uniformity? Yes, it's true. We have not yet reached a stage where one can say processes or their programs are standardized. It's because of there was no policy on sheltering. So what we have done, we have developed the policy on sheltering as well as the policy on psychosocial services. It's going through the approval process within the department. It is at a higher level and it's going to be approved in this current financial year. In the new financial year, we will be having a policy that is going to serve as a guide for all the shelters, and it's going to attempt to standardize the shelters. I'm saying this because some of these shelters are not established by the department. They are initiated by the private sector, they're initiated by the NGOs. So as much as we are there as policymakers to standardize their interventions and their processes, at the end of it, their board of directors must receive the recommendations that we are making as far as the shelters are concerned. So it is a negotiated process simply because of those shelters, they are owned by the boards. They are not necessarily owned by the department. However, we do influence their space. Then there was also a question around 200 social workers. They are not enough. Yes, we said it's additional. There are social workers that are there rendering, but we had additional 200 social workers to strengthen the work of the social workers on the ground as far as the GBV issues are concerned. And these social workers, yes, they are not deployed at a local level. They are deployed at a district level. Why? Because they're not only servicing the department, they are servicing Tituzela care centers, which are managed by NPA and Health. They are servicing SAPs through their victim-friendly facilities. They are also servicing DOJ through their court support work. So they are servicing a number of departments. That is why we've decided that it is better for them to be deployed at a district level rather than to be deployed at a departmental level, because in that case, other departments may not be able to benefit from them. Okay, there was a question around the ambassadors again to say, are they screened and are they supported? Yes, I've already said they're supported by, they need them through the SITA. And in terms of the screening, we did not do the screening ourselves. What we did, we requested all our NGOs that we work with that are registered on our system to provide us with the 100 GBV. So we did the recruiting from them. So we did not do the recruiting on our own because we were scared, we were worried about the issues of, the screening and so on. So we then requested the NGOs that are in the sector to actually provide us with that capacity. They have done that. So they know those people, they know those volunteers, they've trained them already. So we've also trained them over and above the training that they came with on the program. We've also trained them, and they are located from those NGOs. They are also supporting them as they are doing their work. I'm looking at the last question. Yeah, okay, the issue of the SITAs, that yes, of course, we are working with the SITAs to accredit the skills development programs that our shelters are providing, so that those skills or those projects can be, accepted by various, potential employers. So currently, we are working with the SITA that deals with IT as well as textile. But in the new financial year, we have planned to expand. We are going to approach, we have already started approaching agriculture. we are also looking at the various sitters that are going to come on board, looking at what is it that they can offer, and we're also looking at the shelters that we have, whether they've got adequate space to actually have that skills development center, because those are some of the requirements from a sitter. And then the issue of LGBTIQ, yes, we know that this is one of the challenges that we have with regards to shelters. And as I've said, that some of these shelters, since we are not the main owners of the shelters, we are just supporting the work that the NGOs are doing. We have been, promoting the mainstreaming of LGBTIQ shelters within the existing shelters to make sure that we provide services from them. And provinces have already started opening up more, opportunities for those kind of services to be established in their shelters. The last one, I think it's around the work. They were saying, what kind of work does these ambassadors do? They do awareness campaigns and education campaign in communities. For instance, they target certain schools who are not performing. They target certain police stations that are really not supporting victims of gender-based violence. They also do door-to-door campaigns. They also accompany victims to courts when a victim is appearing in court. They mobilize and they support them. They also do referrals to various NGOs. Yeah, I think DG, I've covered here too, just to say that, yeah, the current gaps that we have in terms of the sheltering services, we are addressing it, as we've said, that we've targeted 4 shelters in the new financial year, and then the other 4 is going to be in 2022, 2023. And then the last one is the question around what types of programs, do they have therapeutic programs in these shelters? Yes, they do. There's quite a lot. We do have social workers that are providing counseling, that are providing therapeutic programs. And yeah, it's not only skills development, but there's also the element of therapeutic programs.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think I will just make 1 or 2 comments very quickly. Firstly, there were a number of questions around the monitoring and evaluation, particularly of the civil society organizations that we fund. I just want to indicate that we take a very strict approach in this, and we do this through our National Development Agency, which is the implementing agency of the department and which runs the CARA funding program. So we do very rigorous site visits through the NDA and reports. We don't give funding unless the reports are done and unless the site visits have confirmed that indeed work is operational and underway. And we deliberately do disbursements in tranches to ensure that each province, each CSO gets money only after they've submitted their reports, and then they get the next tranche that is due to them. Just in terms of saying it, with struggling NGOs, we put into very rigorous training and mentoring programs, coaching programs. I think Caesar may have already spoken to this, and to some extent even pair them with more advanced NGOs. And we've actually set aside or ring-fenced money specifically for this aspect to assist them in terms of ensuring that they get their houses in order, as it were, for lack of a better word. And then just to also indicate that the minister last year launched a very interesting program where she is getting members of communities, particularly organized community forums, to engage around the matters around gender-based violence. And there's a program which is called Askhulume, which started with religious leaders and really getting them to talk around the aspects, the challenges around gender-based violence and how they can be part of the solutions to the problems that we face. And it's now morphing out of religious leaders into other communities, into other organized community forums, including traditional leaders, etc. It's a very important program, and it really encourages people to speak out against the aspects of gender-based violence and solutions in communities. that we are able to harness together with all sectors of society. But the important thing to highlight here is that there's a critical role to be played by the family unit around stopping the scourge of gender-based violence. And if we get it right in the family units, we'll have a ripple effect in schools, in communities. As the minister said, the intention is to do this house to house, street to street, community to community. So we have very rigorous programs which are also undertaken by our provinces, MECs in provinces in this regard. And then just another question which came from, I think, Honorable Abrams. Honorable Abrams, I just want to indicate that I did not really indicate that the Victim Support Services Bill is currently before Parliament. I had indicated that it's the Children's Amendment Bill that is before Parliament. And we are working through the Victim Support Services Bills at various stages at the moment, and will reach the appropriate stages in terms of the process that is given. I just wanted to clarify that. And then in terms of the CARA list, I think Honorable Abrams may have actually asked us a parliamentary question last year around this matter, requesting the list for the CARA-funded NGOs, and we provided the list, but we are happy to provide the list again to yourself, Honorable Abrams. And then, of course, last, just to indicate on the provinces that it's not that provinces, Chairperson, do not prioritize gender-based violence. I think I just want to clear that. It's that we've identified that there are a number of provinces that do not yet have shelters, or at least an adequate number of shelters. Just yesterday, we had a MINMAC meeting, Honorable Chairperson, with all MECs of social development. And the matter of shelters was a critical matter that we discussed in the MINMAC meeting. And we had wanted to indicate that the intention, as directed by the President, is to have shelters in every single district. I think there were 8 districts which currently don't have shelters, and we're working very hard towards that end. In fact, what we asked MECs to do is to ensure that in the coming financial year, there is a serious commitment to ensuring that those provinces that don't, those districts rather, that do not yet have shelters are prioritized. And I think the 2 provinces was Limpopo and the Northwest, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the 2 provinces. And so we're working closely. In fact, we're establishing a task team, which was the decision out of the MINMAC meeting yesterday, that we establish a specialized task team to deal with the issue of shelters, particularly in provinces that do not yet have, in districts that do not yet have those programs. So we're engaging on this matter at the highest level, as you would see coming out of our meeting with all MECs yesterday. And then, Chairperson, lastly, just to indicate that we continue to work very well closely with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to ensure that we contribute and report regularly. I think we're one of the few departments that reports religiously on this work, or rather progress with regards to work that we do. Of course, there are a number of aspects that still need to be addressed, and as the Minister had indicated in her remarks, which we are actively working on with the department and the sector. And I think that the critical aspect that the Minister highlighted earlier is just to say that, yes, government has a crucial role to play, particularly in ensuring that we create the environment and provide support from a funding perspective, but also from a support and services perspective. But it's equally important that we have other sectors of society working together with us in a way through a social compact, as it were, for lack of a better word, in ensuring that we drive out the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, which is really affecting the country. And I think that this is something that we are continuously work. That's why we go to different sectors of society, schools, religious groups, etc., because we as government alone, we're not able to drive this entire scourge out. We need everybody to work together to ensure that we defeat this demon of gender-based violence and femicide, which is really ravaging our community. So, Chairperson, I'd like to leave it at that in terms of our responses from the department, and thank really the members of all committees that have raised questions. We take this matter quite seriously, as the Minister has indicated, and we'd be happy to come back, Chair, to provide more specifics around the monitoring and evaluation, as you requested earlier, particularly of the CARA funding that we provide to CSOs So thank you once again, Chair. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and provide responses and progress. And I hope that we've done so in a manner as required by the committee or expected by the committee. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, can we request the honorable members who had questions, if they found out that the questions have been missed and haven't been answered, indicate in terms of writing in through the gadget so that DSD can also respond in writing. Will we please pass to Health Department? Over to you, Health, your presentation. We don't have time for now.
Honorable Chair, the members of the Portfolio Committee on Gender, Women and People with Disabilities, my other colleagues, members of the Portfolio Committee that we report the health one. We were invited to make a presentation at 11:30. Now, I know you are pressed with time. I don't know how much we will be able to engage with you on this presentation. We actually have been asked by the minister to really make a presentation to you as actually required to present this to yourselves. It is actually a very touchy topic, and we will be concentrating on pillar 2, 4, 5, and 6, because President of our country, President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his address on the Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide on the 1st of November 2018, said that gender-based violence is a crisis that is tearing our society apart. It is a crisis that affects communities in our country and that touches the lives of most families in one way or the other. Gender-based violence is an affront to our shared humanity. Now, we have what we call in the Department of Health the quadruple burden of disease, where we are fighting, number 1, HIV and AIDS. Number 2, we have a campaign on maternal health. Number 3, we have a campaign on non-communicable disease. And the last one is violence and trauma. This one comes exactly at that level. Those are the 4 heavy burdens of disease or of programs that are draining the Department of Health of quite a lot of money. So we were glad that the president is actually pushing that every other person, every other department finds space to really focus on these processes. Just to make an example, one person who actually is abusive of alcohol in a family will come and impact on 5 members of the family, and the children will have an anxiety, they will have a depression as to what will happen to dad when he comes home today. Will he do what he did yesterday or last week? And therefore, we also are really happy to be here with you to make a presentation that will be led by Dr. Pinini, our acting DDG on HIV, AIDS, and mental health, supported by Ms. Pakiso Nitizibane, who's the Chief Director on EMS Forensic Pathology Services. There's also another Chief Director from Supply Chain Management, Dr. Disabilties, and also there's Disabilties Shabalala, and there's also Ms. Mpangesi, who's the Director on Gender-Based Focal Point. There's 2 other leaders who joined us from health who will also be participating. So it's all ladies presentation. So Chairperson, you'll guide us how much time you have. I think we've got about 14 slides, how much we will to engage, because at 1400 hours, we must also go into the National Assembly sitting. Over to you, Dr. Pinini, but maybe the chair will guide us how much time he has with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable members, all protocol observed. I will be presenting the progress so far within the National Department of Health in the implementation of the NSP, Gender Based Violence and Femicide. The Department of maybe I just a disclaimer, just a caution that honorable members, please note that this information, there are some few slides that I've added, and also I have rearranged the order so that it can flow. As a department, we are supporting 4 pillars of the NSP, pillar 2, 4, 5, and 6. I will now give a summary report of our progress. With pillar number 2, intervention of capacity building on gender-based violence for health providers. We have trained on provincial master trainers on sexual reproductive health and rights framework, module 2, and integrated learning sessions on gender-based violence. Training occurred in Mpumalanga and Gauteng during the months of August and October in 2021. Gender-based violence awareness and outreach activities, they occurred in the Free State, in Chaba, in the Eastern Cape, Nelson Mandela Metro, and also in Limpopo and in Gauteng. A sensitization of managers, module 2, integrated learning sessions on gender-based violence. This is mainly for changing of attitudes of our healthcare workers towards those people who are affected by gender-based violence. Training occurred in the Western Cape province, and also it was conducted in Limpopo, in West and Northwest, and also in Mpumalanga. This is the list of training of implementers modules that have been trained. These are the dates that have been given. The next slide is going to give it a summary. So the summary of this activity of training of implementers, module 2, integrated learning sessions on gender-based violence. Training has occurred in 4 provinces: Western Cape, Gauteng, Northwest, and Mpumalanga, and the number of trained personnel is 462. There was an orientation workshop on model 1 is national. 45 care workers were trained. In modules 2, 1, 2, and 5 of the gender-based violence training, it occurred in KZN and Eastern Cape. We also have a synopsis of all modules and facilitation skills which happened in national. All provinces were trained. 35 a number of healthcare workers trained. Module 8 and module 1, 5, 7, and 1 to 5. The number of healthcare workers that were trained for KZN is 807, and for Northwest, Free State, and Northern Cape, and Gauteng, 70, and in the Eastern Cape, there were 11. This is also just a continuation of the training so far. For module 1, we've trained Free State, Northern Cape, Limpopo, Gauteng province, and KZN, total number of 116. In modules 1 and 2, we have trained all provinces, a total number of 45. For the sexual reproductive health and rights guidelines dissemination, we have disseminated 38 at the Northwest, and the 38 members were trained to be able to implement these guidelines. With SRH media training, SRH is sexual reproductive health and rights. It was done in Gauteng, and 11 health workers were trained. Eastern Cape, we had trained on modules 1, 2, 8, and 12, in number of 27. Mentoring training has occurred in all provinces, and a number of 118 people trained. Continuing with the capacity building, we have had roundtable discussions on radio. We have had community radio interviews with all of with different community radios, and also there were public service announcements regarding the gender-based violence awareness and what is work in our facilities in most of the community radios in the districts. Looking at capacity building on gender-based violence for health providers, also we had awareness on gender-based violence and femicide and outreach activities. We had conducted 3 events in Kwakwa in August last year and in September, and also Kamhlusha Stadium in August. These outreach activities are still planned, and they will be continued to occur in other districts. This slide is busy, but it just tells us the training of the healthcare workers on the SRH training. A total of 2,570 healthcare workers have been trained right through SP days for the last for this financial year. So we're looking at intervention of harness approaches to prevention, that facilitate and deepen impact. So the activity here is to integrate gender-based violence and femicide prevention into SRHR and HIV interventions. Progress so far, we do have guidelines that are looking at caring for the victims of trauma and gender-based violence. We have the National Integrated Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Policy that was approved in 2019. We have the post-exposure prophylaxis for those who have been sexually assaulted guidelines that were approved in 2019. We also have contraceptive guidelines and the choice of contamination of pregnancy guidelines. We also have our antiretroviral guidelines that were approved in 2019. These are all used in caring for the victims of gender-based violence. All women that have been affected, they are assisted by guiding on these guidelines. We also monitor and review and train and look at best practices meetings with the facility managers and sub-district and district managers. We also have training of implementers and champions. We have our adolescents and youth-friendly services and youth zones. These are specifically for the youth who are seeking our services. The best attention is given to the youth in these two different areas in the facilities friendly for the youth. We're also going forward for the integration of gender-based violence prevention into substance abuse interventions. We have a GBVF prevention integrated into substance abuse interventions. The department developed the Health Sector Drug Master Plan 2019 to 2025, which provides a comprehensive package of substance use control measures for the entire public health continuum, from primary prevention and risk reduction to early intervention, treatment, care, recovery, rehabilitation, and social reintegration, grounded on the principles of equity, social justice, and human rights. So the other activities to facilitate a community interventions that promote social connectedness and healing. The mental health component for all age and gender groups has been integrated in the training manual for the program for community health care workers. Training program for health professionals to improve skills on early identification and clinical management of mental disorders among high-risk groups, which include survivors of GBV, is underway. 1,200 medical doctors and professional nurses were trained in 2019-20 financial year, and in this current year, we've trained 612. Referral pathways for people in need of mental health interventions, including victims established in line with the Mental Health Act 2002, from the community PHC level up to specialized mental health facilities. And we also have strategic purchasing of services from psychiatrists, psychologists, and registered counselors through the National Health Insurance grants to increase the mental health human resource capacity at PHC, thereby strengthening access and quality on mental health services. These categories will be further expanded in 2022-2023 financial year to include social workers and occupational therapists. The fourth activity, they facilitate community interventions that promote social connectedness and healing. The department, in collaboration with the Department of Justice and Correctional Services, National Prosecuting Authority, and the Department of Social Development, collaborate within a model of 55 Tutuzela care centers, the so-called TCCs, which are also based within health facilities. The Department of Health has established 269 designated health facilities for the management of survivors, 15 of which are Tutuzela care centers. The plan is to extend these services to community health centers, and an additional 34 health facilities have been identified for designation. So here we are looking at the intervention of training healthcare providers to facilitate healing through response, support, and care. Activities, collaboration within the criminal justice system for training and integration of trained health professionals into designated health facilities. Achievement is training program for health professionals to improve skills of early identification or detection and clinical management of mental disorders, including survival of gender-based violence in collaboration with CJS, that is Criminal Justice System. 1,713 medical doctors and professional nurses trained to date. The integrated management information systems linking social development, health, education, and criminal justice system is in place and utilized. This table is showing us the total number of new sexual assault cases seen at facilities. These are the cases that come to our facilities post-violence trauma. And in 2020-21, we had 36,366 new assault cases. In 2020-21-22, we had 36,101. So out of these numbers, out of the 36,366 of new cases, 19,918 were issued with post-exposure prophylaxis. The number is very low compared to that. It could be that the clients came after 72 hours of the assault, or it might be that when they came, they were already on ARV, or they were just diagnosed positive, were going to be initiated on ART. So in 2021-2022, we have initiated, we have given a PEP post-exposure prophylaxis to 20,325 clients. We are also working with Department of Higher Education through Higher Health. Programs of the National Department of Health and Department of Higher Education on a program called Higher Health. We've got joint dialogues that are conducted at universities and the TVETs colleges. This is also to create awareness programs, as there is an increase in use of drugs in these institutions, and it leads to conflicts, violence, and gender-based violence. Both departments of higher education and health, we are hoping to accelerate this area of work. We are strengthening our efforts to work together in this area. Pillar number 5, women prioritized in procurement of health services and consumables. Activities identify projects from the demand and procurement plans to prioritize women bidders. There are new tenders that are being processed for 2021-2022, and the progress is still on. We don't have the result now, but women will be considered. And pillar number 6, we speak to research. The intervention is to develop and institutionalize collated and integrated management for information and collection system. Activity here is to review existing gender-based violence evidence-related routine indicators and data elements for the health sector. The achievement of progress is that the National Department of Health is using the District Health Information System for routine data collection on gender-based violence from all public health facilities, monitoring the sexual assault cases seen at health facilities, as well as the number of survivors who have been provided with post-exposure prophylaxis. Clinical forensic medicine facilities also collect routine data on domestic violence, drunk driving, DNA sample collection from perpetrators of sexual assault, including trafficking, that's human trafficking. Medical legal mortuaries in all provinces collect routine data on non-natural causes of death, and this data has been available in the conduct of femicide prevalence study by the Medical Research Council in South Africa, with the so-called SAMRC study. This study was looking at femicide prevalence and prevention research results and strategy. It was launched on the 8th of March 2022. These were the key findings and a conclusion of the study. The study estimated that 2,407 women were murdered in South Africa in 2017, almost 7 women per day. Among these estimates, 1,029 were killed by an intimate partner, which shows that we continue to have a huge problem of intimate partner femicide in the country. However, when compared to femicides in 2009 and 1999, we see that a continued reduction in the femicide rate in the country. It's just reducing. Most notably, they have seen a greater reduction among women killed by intimate partners than by non-intimate partners. The slight improvement is attributed to increased activism amongst women and community-based organizations, and the government's policy and practice measures are aimed at reducing gender-based violence. I would like to thank you for listening. Over, the Deputy Minister. I'm finished.
Okay. This is our presentation, Chair, and we probably then will be guided by you whether you do still have time to take questions. We will be available to answer the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. Yeah, we are pressed of time, but let's try and stretch ourselves to past because we have to log in for the house. Can we request the hands be quick and to the point? I see the hand of Ismail and followed by Honorable Sokacha, Honorable Clark. Those are the hands. Just brief and to the point, by past, we have to be out of the meeting. Honorable members.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for your presentation. I must say I am very concerned by the statistics. However, I'll try to be brief. My first question, on the presentation pillar 4, the new sexual assault cases in public health facilities increased from 19,918 to 20,325. Now, this is very, very worrisome, most especially as it's within our healthcare facilities. How is the department actually addressing this? Because we cannot afford to have this happening in our own public healthcare facilities. My second question, the Commission of Gender Equality has made various recommendations to the Department of Health with regard to shelters. Is the department taking heed of these recommendations and implementing? If you are, please can we be provided with a full report on this? This can be emailed to members as well, because I'm sure it's a full report. My third question, do we have any particular, successful pilot collective impact programs that we can replicate, to assist and ensure the sustaining of these norms? And my last question, we also know, that our healthcare workers are exhausted and at a stage of burnout, after the impact of COVID and the shortage of staff as a whole at healthcare facilities. Now, we know when professionals suffer vicarious trauma, the emotional impact of exposure, from working with traumatized people, they can't be actually effective at their workplaces. So here's the Department of Health developed support programs for them. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Asma. Over to you, Honorable Sokacha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me welcome the report from the Department of Health. Just one point of clarity, Chair. I've heard the presenter mentioning that in terms of capacity building, they have trained a number of provinces. I've seen all provinces has been touched, and they've used a number of resources like your radios and so on. I was just interested, Chair, I'm sure I've not seen it on the report, the issue of programs that they are running at churches. Is there any programs that they are running at churches? Because we have seen, Honorable Chairperson, that churches are culprits of gender-based violence in terms of the priests. We have seen a number of court cases where priests have been, on the forefront of being culprits of this activity of this pandemic that the president have stated. I just want to check, are there any programs that they're running at churches to make people aware and build capacity? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable, followed by Honorable Michelle.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. I would just like to echo what my colleague had said about programs that need urgent intervention in terms of programs, but also not just programs. Are there any counselling facilities as well for our healthcare workers? I mean, yesterday we visited Baragwanath Hospital, and I can assure you that our healthcare workers are extremely strained in terms of what they have to deliver in terms of healthcare, and you know, the short staffage issues around hospitals is really a major issue. I would also like to know how much of the budget has been allocated towards training doctors on GBV prevention. Are rape testing kits stored at the hospitals? And how many of the total sexual assaults cases were treated in terms of collecting evidence with using rape kits? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Can we get the responses within 6 minutes time that we are left with?
Dr. Pinini, you will do the rest. I will just touch on one, on the two. No, Honorable Ismail, you missed the point. We are not saying those gender-based violence activities are happening on our staff members. We are reporting of what actually takes out, what is happening in the society and gets brought into our facilities as health. We are recording that so many came in sexual assault, not that this is our staff members who are sexually assaulted. Of course, it may as well be one of our staff members on night duty and then comes, but these are cases in the society. So it cannot be what is health doing about it. What we do, we assist those who need our assistance. We provide, as Honorable Clark was saying, yes, all our facilities should and must stock rape kits. And not only do they get stocked, they are also sent in, Honorable Clark, to police stations as a point of entry, so that when they come in and report, they already are provided. Some of the Tutuzela centers should stock, but we have always been saying it must be, the onus must be on our staff members down there. Every facility should and keep, but if there's been one used today, then they must know that there are one stock down going forward. On the issues of counseling and supporting our staff members, by the way, quite a lot of them have also got lot of anxiety, depression because of the COVID. There used to be, and there is still, some chaplaincy programs in some provinces where chaplains provide those psychosocial support and they assist them, because you are right, while they provide services to our communities, they too need to be supported. So it is a program that is out there, but some of these issues are actually supposed to be championed, the issues of issues to intervene on churches and pastors. I would imagine that could be a collaborative effort that might be led by social development, but maybe let me allow Dr. Pinini and other members who are here to also add on. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DM. Can we give over for the next answers?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I do have my team, but I will answer the question of the clarity that Mr. Sokacha was seeking regarding capacity of that is our work with the churches. To say that we do work with the NGOs and CBOs, some of them are FBOs. What's happening, they do have the organizations, the FBOs, faith-based organizations that have church members, that churches that are members of those. And those are, they do have training by our staff, and they go back to train their members. What we are not aware of is whether these churches that are involved in this abuse of women, whether they are members of those organizations or not. We'll then go and find out from our FBOs that are working with us to check the membership, and also we'll relay that message that they need to reach more and more of the churches in that area. The other one, it was about the emotion and training of healthcare workers, and that the Deputy Minister responded to that. The issue of the Commission on Gender-Based, on gender equality recommendations of shelters, I do not have an answer, an exact number of shelters. I think we will have to write back and respond to this if there are what number of shelters that are implemented as per recommendations for the CGA. I will come back with that response to you. If I can ask Dr. Muluti to respond to the issue of emotional impact of all these COVID and other work, the mental health, how do we manage to care for our healthcare workers that are affected by that? Dr. Muluti, if you can.
We're left with 3 minutes only, ne? We can't go beyond past.
Okay, noted, Chair, and good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members, Deputy Minister and colleagues on the line. Just to add on what my Deputy Minister has indicated around this area, there are employee health and wellness services and programs available for staff, and these are in line with the policy provisions developed by the Department of Public Service and Administration as the custodian of health and wellness for all employees in the public sector. We are also engaging with other stakeholders like the private sector to increase the capacity, as it has been already indicated that the demand to care for our health workers is very high, especially from the impact of COVID-19. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, just to inform that we will provide the answer asked by Honorable Clerk with regards to the budget. We don't have the figures now. How much budget have we spent, or do we have targeting training? Thank you very much, Chairperson. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, DM. We will expect you to do the following answers by writing to us. We will really appreciate that. Is there anything left out? Seemingly
there was a question on, Honorable Chairperson, there was a question on rape kits, if we keep all of them in all our hospitals. I have Mrs. Nechiba.
1 minute.
So to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, DM and colleagues. The DM had already indicated we don't keep a big number in our health facilities, but because our survivors come during the night, we request a few to be at the health facilities so that it's easier for us to collect samples for DNA. But the mandate of the rape kits rests with the SAPS, who must bring it when the survivor has first gone to the SAPS. But we are aware that most of them come to our health facilities straight. That's why we keep some in our health facilities. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you for the answers and responses. Thank you, DM. Let me thank everyone in the meeting who has managed to join the meeting on behalf of Honorable Ndaba. I think she has just left for some other things. Also would like to thank the ministers and the DMs, the honorable members and the officials. The meeting needs to adjourn for now. Thanks ever so much. The meeting has adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.